welcome to VirtuaCon 3.0. My name is Annija Erdmane, and I have the pleasure of co-hosting today's event alongside with my colleague at SALT.agency, Dan Taylor. In case you are joining us here today for the first time, VirtuaCon is a virtual SEO conference. We've had a great event in April and also in May. So today we have the pleasure of being joined by 10 new panelists. So today's event will be held in 2 sessions. Session 1 from now till about 5:30 British Summer Time. So we'll have 5 panelists join us. So we'll have Emilija Gjorgjevska, Yasmin Davila, Lisiane Ndong, Chris Green, and Karla Abua joining us. Then we're going to take a break for about 1 hour and then return at 6:30 with the second part of the conference hosted by Dan. In case you are unable to attend all of the talks, don't worry, all of the videos will be uploaded during next week on this YouTube channel. And also, if you have any questions for panelists, please feel free to post them in the YouTube chat section, and we will be answering, the panelists will be answering them after their talks. So without any further ado, I have the pleasure of introducing our first panelist, Emilija Gjorgjevska, a freelance SEO consultant from North Macedonia, and she's going to be joining us today with her talk on natural language processing in SEO.
Hello, everybody. Nice to have you. Do you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Emilija. Nice to have you.
So how to share the screen? I'm really not sure because I don't see the button here. Right click, no, enter full screen, no.
You should have it just down by the bottom as a green icon.
No, I don't have green icon, only live on YouTube and enter full screen and leave. No.
Please bear me 2 seconds, Emilija.
Share screen, okay. Advanced, enable. Share screen. Okay, screen share. Can you see?
Yep, that's great, Emilija. Thank you.
Okay,
So, a couple of gremlins.
I will start now. Is it okay with you as well?
Yep, by all means. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everybody. I'm really happy that I have this nice opportunity to be part of this wonderful conference and give the opening talk as well, which is about the topic that I truly care about. This is the topic of applied NLP SEO. My name is Emilija, or you can call me Emma. But before we dive deeper into this topic, I want to give a short overview about who I am and what I do. I'm a graduated computer science engineer, and I had that opportunity to work as a technical SEO engineer in the past 3 years, luckily for me. I have a mixed background in IT, but also marketing, product development, writing, and research, which up until now really gave me an opportunity to see things from different perspectives, as well as propose creative solutions to problems, as you are going to see during this presentation. So, who can benefit out of this talk the most? No matter whether it comes to this presentation or learning in general, I do believe in people who want to understand how things work behind the scenes and use this knowledge to pursue growth, but also people who are able to adapt and eager to develop the skill of seeing a bit longer in the future. What do I mean by that? I refer to people who want to understand current trends, identify current trends, and use this knowledge in order to plan for the future. But probably those who are going to benefit mostly out of this talk are the people who are familiar with NLP and know about some use of it in the SEO world. My strategies help grow businesses, I can tell you that for sure, because I worked with structured data automation, content SEO, technical SEO, of course, focusing on Python, especially in NLP and machine learning strategies in the past year and a half, or probably two. And I really believe that if you've read about using NLP in SEO, or probably you follow these SEO threads on Twitter, where you can read there are a lot of interesting articles related to the topic, as well as search engine journals articles. I'm sure that you know about one of the following ways to use NLP in SEO, and those are text pre-processing for text cleaning, removing characters, stemming, lemmatization. Those are really basic, some basic approaches in NLP, but maybe some of you already have a bit more advanced knowledge. Maybe you use word vectors. Maybe you know about word2vec and glove. I'm sure that everybody here knows about the bird fluff. Maybe some of you are already NLP practitioners and you use NLP to map your old URLs to new ones while doing a website migration by using the concept of semantic similarity. Or maybe, let's say, you can be more on the content side of things and implement entity optimization by using Google NLP Cloud. No matter what your background is, I'm sure that you're going to find something interesting here. Out of this presentation, you're going to learn at least one new thing. Or maybe you use natural language generation to generate meta description and content for 10 pages on scale. So I want to go a bit beyond this and give you a bit different perspective on how you can use NLP in SEO. Generally, I want to say that you should use NLP to scale your problem solving, not just for the sake of geekiness. Use NLP to solve problems and because you understand its importance, not just because you've seen that somebody else is doing it or so. Because I do believe in the power of IT to enhance SEO. NLP SEO is tightly related to technical SEO, and technical SEO nowadays is not just indexing, rendering, and crawling. It's also about automation. It's also about scaling efforts when it comes to link building, content optimization, anything you can think of. Technical SEO is more than that, and NLP SEO is tightly related to this. So if I was asked to summarize my talk somehow and organize it around a certain topic and certain concepts, it will be definitely about the concept of semantic SEO and using entities and using links and URIs to define relationships in order to gain an authority about a certain topic, or maybe use of phrases and ontology, RDF, RDFS. All of these are really important topics, and I do encourage you to search for them independently and learn a bit more. So I worked on an agency side in the past 2 years, but also as an independent consultant, I had an opportunity to work with different agencies. And according to my experience, I believe that big platforms are a bit privileged when it comes to NLP SEO. Why so? Because NLP SEO, as I said, is related to technical SEO. And when you have a large platform, you have thousands or maybe millions of URLs. And as time passes, technical side of things tends to gain more importance over time. Well, when it comes to the content side of things, it tends to lose importance because you don't have this privilege to think about on-page optimization that much, improving meta description, rewriting. You don't have that privilege when you're working with a large platform. However, most of the businesses that are out there are really small businesses and have small business owners. So in other words, that means that they have small blogs where they publish 3 up to 5 articles on a monthly level, and they cannot afford to think about scaling technical SEO. They have really limited budget and limited content. So the real question here is how to make NLP SEO attractive for small businesses that have limited resources. It's not just content, it's also limited budget, because you cannot come and tell them, okay, we're going to hire an independent SEO team that is going to care about link building, then another SEO team that is going to care about content writing. It's not such a situation, it's completely different than that. So how to make NLP SEO attractive for small businesses with limited resources? That is possible to achieve if we define priorities, or actually we tend to find this so-called sweet spot that is represented by the green line that is shown on the screen. This green line is somewhere between the technical and the content side of things. So what I try to achieve here, what I try to point out here is that we are going to increase the number of content articles over time, but also increase the technical relevance over time. So both technical and content side of things is going to stay and increase in importance over time. None is going to lose. This is possible if you use NLP to organize your content, or you use NLP in SEO to explain your content better. So I'll explain how. This is one case study that I had from practice. So during the past year, I had multiple scenarios where I needed to work on a website or architecture of a certain site. The first case was somewhere around a year ago, when we had this small business owner that had a small blog with around, I think it was 150 plus pages. So the first idea about improving the SEO performance was to work on the site architecture, as I explained. And that means that we needed to take the content out of this blog and organize it into topics, into content groups, into topic clusters. So for example, if you have a marketing blog, and let's say you write about social media on one part, that is going to be, for example, one topic. Then you have content marketing, that is going to be a second topic, main topic. Then you have another, let's say, blog article about email marketing. Those are really just the main topics, and they can have subtopics. So if you do the math, and if you know that on an agency side, you rarely have this privilege to work only with one client on a monthly level, and usually you work with between 3 up to 5 clients per month, out of 25 working days, you will, if you do the math, you will get that you have essentially 5 working days that you can dedicate per single client. And if you if you approach categorization manually, then you're going to spend most of your time just categorizing things. You're not even going to be able to do any improvement, any implementation that can improve the SEO performance, and let's not even talk about seeing some results out of this work. As you can see, this results in a lot of wasted time, in a lot of inefficiency. This is not really the way to go. So one example of using NLP to solve this problem is actually probably using the concept of semantic similarity, as well as the concept of word vectors. And let's say the easiest thing will be to use pre-trained word embeddings in order to and combine all of these things to determine article similarity. So if you have a blog that has 150 plus articles, then you're going to take one article, analyze it, compare it, whether it's semantically similar to the rest of the articles that are present in the corpus of documents or blog articles, and then define the groups based on these similarities. This is way more efficient, because this way, by using the concept of semantic similarity, pre-trained word vectors, and word embeddings, you're giving the whole work to the computer to solve everything, and basically freeing yourself to be able to solve different types of SEO challenges. And also, people are really prone to error, because they cannot see really the whole underlying semantics, such as algorithms can see. So it's a way better approach towards solving this type of problem. So I hope that I got your interest, and that you probably think, okay, but is this everything that you can teach me about NLP SEO? Is this everything that I can do? No, of course not. But let's go back into the time when the World Wide Web was created, when the time when Tim Berners-Lee, the founder of VVV, founded VVV at CERN, and remind ourselves of what happened back then. Luckily for me, I had this opportunity to visit CERN last year in 2019, and I must admit that this visit really impacted my work as an SEO and how I think about solving SEO challenges. So Team Berners-Lee had this 5-star rating system, which says that if you make your stuff available on the web in whatever format, then you qualify for 1 star. But if you use URLs to identify things so that people can point at your stuff, or you link your data to other people's data to provide context, then you qualify for having 4 stars or maybe 5 stars according to this Tim Berners-Lee system. So the real question again is, how can we use this knowledge in order to help search engines understand our content, and how to use this knowledge and facts to help search engines understand our topics, our concepts, and how can we use this knowledge to adapt to searchers' intent. So I'm sure that you remember this slide from previous, that we can find this so-called sweet spot that is between the technical and the content side of things, while we are keeping and increasing the importance of technical and content over time by using NLP to organize and explain our content better. I gave one example of how you can use NLP to organize your content better. Now let's see how we can use NLP to explain ourselves better to search engines. So if you have this paragraph that is shown on the screen, this paragraph, as well as any type of content, is rich of entities. I'm sure that everybody here is familiar with the concept of entities, and an entity can be, just for reminding you, a person, an organization, an event. It can be a product, location, abstract object. So if you have the following paragraph that is shown on the screen, Google can be one example of an organization. Then Consumer Electronics Show can be an event, for example, or locations such as Mountain View. Sundar Pichai can be a person. You get the point. So we are going to use this knowledge about entities. We know what entities are and how they, what's the point of using entities. And we can combine this with the concept of knowledge graphs and using IDs in order to refer to entities and form relationships between themselves, which essentially was, of course, the idea of Tim Berners-Lee and this 4-star and 5-star, achieving to get 4-star and 5-star according to his system. So if you combine both of these approaches, then we are entering semantic enrichment. We can enrich our content semantically so that search engines can understand the meaning of our content better. In the past 2 months, I was focused on developing this app that I call Semantic Enrichment App, which is still in the beta version, that I'm using for converting unstructured data such as text to structured data such as JSON LD by using linked data principles. For now, it's not available for public use or user use because we are still testing it, but basically what you're going to do is you're going to provide your URL here in the field, then you're going to provide a title, then provide the content that is relevant to you. And this way is really handy because you don't need to take care about different CSS selectors in order to extract content, especially if you're dealing with different type of platforms. We also have a summarization part. We are still discussing whether it's good for the users to provide this summarized part of their content, or we are going to be the ones who are going to do the summarization automatically. And once you provide all of this information to us, once we hit process data, then what we do behind the scenes is detect all the entities, determine their entity types, match their entity types to schema.org entity types, and link them to a certain knowledge. It can be a knowledge repository, such as Wikipedia, or it can be a knowledge base, such as Wikipedia, or something like that. And this way, we are actually providing context to search engines. The final output is a structured data, like the one shown on the screen, where we are using the web page type schema, and using the abstract attribute, which is taken from the schema.org documentation that is used to provide the summarization of the content of the article that is provided to us, as well as using the mentions attribute that we're using to list all the detected entities and their links to the Wikipedia pages. So this way, we are providing more context to search engines, as I explained. I'm proud to share that I've worked with multiple SEO professionals to test this concept on 3 continents, covering 8+ industries on 3+ platforms, and some results are the following. This is one website that we had. So basically, we follow this procedure for around 3 up to 4 weeks. We managed to increase around 150 or maybe 200% the performance of total impressions that we had, even though we've noticed that the average position tends to fall over time, but that's not necessarily a bad thing because we tend to lose importance for completely irrelevant search queries, but gain importance over a small group of really targeted relevant search queries. The second site, I think it was something that is Shopify based. So we managed to increase the total impressions over time. As you can see, it's increasing here at around, I think it's 50%, and it's growing. The third site was something that we had at the beginning of the experiment. So it was an improvement of around 100%. But however, we are still in the testing period. So if you want to participate, please message me on LinkedIn. And please note that this is not limited to English, especially if you are dealing with, if you're German, come from Austria, Switzerland, or Germany, or you're using the German language, you're really welcome to come and participate in this experiment because we are still in the testing period. So these concepts are really not new. I mean, NLP SEO, machine learning SEO, knowledge graphs, these concepts are not new. We know about them in the IT world with decades. If you go back to the time when Karen Sprague-Jones invented the concept of TF-IDF, or maybe the golden era of information retrieval, that was somewhere between 1950s and 1990s, you will see that a lot of time passed since then. And we moved from basic keyword search and using inverted index and TF-IDF towards using taxonomies and entity recognitions. Some SEOs are already in this phase, but not all of them. We should move towards query intent, where we are going to use semantic knowledge graphs and clustering and classification. I already show you one example of clustering in order to define the topic clusters that are relevant and present on client's blog, towards automated relevancy tuning, and up until to self-learning. If you take these independent terms like NLP SEO, machine learning SEO, Python SEO, technical SEO, and advanced SEO, and you put them into Google Trends, you will see that up from 2004 and up until today, only technical SEO is rising in the past years. So NLP SEO and machine learning SEO are really not gaining the appropriate attention. They are really close to the x-axis. Python SEO is slowly growing over time. Technical SEO grows a lot in the past years, as I said, but advanced SEO not that much. If you try to make a breakdown, of course, this is on a worldwide level. If you try to make a breakdown by region, you will see that the only country that cares about this concept, actually, the concept of machine learning SEO is India, but that's it. There's no other country that covers this concept. And when it comes to NLP SEO, there are not enough searches worldwide in any country in order to be shown in the region breakdown. So this is really concerning because even in our best case, we are somehow around 30+ years behind. We are falling 30+ years back. So my advice would be to don't wait. Tend to understand how things work and use this knowledge to pursue growth, because this is how you identify trends, and this is how this is really the future, because everything is going in that direction. I hope that you enjoyed my talk, and if you like my presentation, please feel free to get in touch, and let's connect on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilija. It was a really interesting talk. In case anyone has any questions for this topic, please let us know in the comment section on YouTube. So we're going to have a look at that. And in case anyone has a question, please let us know. In the meantime, Emilia, perhaps you could speak about maybe, are there any common questions your smaller scale clients usually ask you regarding natural language processing, especially those that have like limited resources?
Sorry, I didn't follow the question. I thought that you were asking the audience something.
Oh no, just asking the audience to ask you any questions if they had about your presentation.
Okay.
In the meantime, perhaps you could talk about if there's ever any specific questions your smaller clients may ask you about NLP.
So as I explained,
resources.
So they are interested to get a bit more advanced approaches, but they usually feel that they don't have the right team, or maybe that it's really expensive, and how to think about NLP SEO. It really helps that we have these articles that are present on search engine journals, because sometimes, for example, this approach that I presented about organizing topic clusters back in the days, actually 1 year ago or year and a half, when I needed to present this idea to my boss, it was really hard to prove value, because there was there was no person that is really close to me to use it as a referral to say, okay, they're doing this, so they achieved results, so we should do the same. So you really need to find a way to explain this in simple English to your bosses somehow. I guess that's the difficulty while working on the technical side of things. And encourage them to use these practices, because we are really falling back. It's not that hard. I think that it's really, it will be really helpful if we move towards learning at least Python SEO, because it's not that hard. I think it's the easiest programming language that everyone can learn and understand. And I do encourage people to move in this direction.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Emilia, for your presentation as well. Sorry, I've seen Raphael has said about my audio. I'll try to speak louder and a bit closer, hopefully. So thank you very much, Emilia.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. So now I think, unless there's any other questions, I think we may move towards our second speaker. So I have the pleasure of Yasmin Davila joining us from 2 Octobers, and she's going to be sharing her tips and knowledge on the topic of content.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Hi, Jasmine, can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Great. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Perfect. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yeah, it looks great. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining. My name is Yasmin Davila, and I am from 2 Octobers. We're a digital marketing agency based out of Denver, Colorado, in the United States. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining from today. Really what I wanted to talk about today was how to craft an audience-driven SEO content strategy. And what I mean by that is, really the term content marketing is such a buzzword, and there's a lot of questions around, well, where do I get started? How do I approach it? It's such a vast space, and how do I really start to dive into that and make sure that the content that I'm producing is going to resonate with my audience. And so before we get started here, I did want to say, so this is kind of an abbreviated version. I will be doing a extended version of this session in a few months in September. So I'll have information for that at the end. So if you enjoy the content that I share today and want to learn more, please do keep that in mind, and I'll have information how to join that session as well. But before we get started, just a little bit more about me. So again, I'm from 2Octobers. I'm a senior SEO manager there, focused on content strategy. I have about 14 years of experience in SEO and content, both on the agency and in-house side, with experience ranging from enterprise and localized SEO and content for companies like Dish Network, Choice Hotels International, and other retail, finance, and hospitality companies. So really a wide variety of experience. And most recently, I've really tapped into the content side, as that's really the area that I'm passionate about. And I think there's so much opportunity there for growth as SEO continues to evolve. So today, what we're going to focus on is, really just starting off with what is effective content and why does it matter? How do we define content hubs, and then how do we start to build those out? And then just some top tips and takeaways for you to take with you today if you're looking to get started on a content plan and strategy. So first, just to set some groundwork here. So really, how do we define what is effective content and why does it matter? So if we're looking at content, traditionally, way back when SEO was just kind of getting started, and even, beyond that, it was really more about, targeting keywords and looking at which keywords have the most search volume, how frequently we can incorporate those keywords within the content. Well, now effective content has really evolved beyond that. So we do need to focus on addressing the search engine needs, of course, but beyond that, it really is about addressing consumer needs. And that's really what Google and the search engines have evolved to look at is this content meeting the needs of my consumers that I'm trying to target? Am I addressing their pain points and their main questions? And so the graphic here really illustrates that well. And where you really want your content to be is sort of in that middle sector, where you're addressing your consumer pain points. You're also targeting those keywords from an SEO perspective. And then likewise, even within that, there's some industries that are so competitive and just so oversaturated with content. It's difficult to go after every single topic because you don't want to go in and start to boil the ocean, so to speak. So really make sure that you're addressing the niche or area of expertise that your business really focuses on. What's your unique value proposition? What makes you stand out? And how do you really develop content around that that's going to get you the right audience? And so the combination of all of these things, then you're able to not only benefit search traffic and establish authority, but you're also then catering to your consumers, which is really the key component when it comes to trying to rank and build traction around that content and increase your traffic. And so why does all of this matter? So you may be asking, okay, that's great, but how do I start to measure this as pertains to my business? And how is this going to benefit me as an organization? So there's a lot of different ways that this has a positive business impact, everything from increased brand awareness, right? So if you have the right content out there, you're able to reach a broader audience and get more eyes on your website. Increased engagement. So if you are maybe looking at customer retention or even just trying to keep new users on your site longer, if the content is relevant and resonates with that audience, you'll have that increased level of engagement. Again, I mentioned improved customer retention. It's a lot of the focus is often on, getting new traffic to the site, but there's also those existing customers that we want to make sure continue to be satisfied with the content that we're presenting, regardless of what industry that we're in. Also higher lead quality and quantity. So, by kind of qualifying the content that you're producing and having a thought process behind that and making sure that it is matching your business and your needs and goals, you'll have the right type of traffic coming. So not only will you have more of it, but it'll be qualified because you've already taken the time to establish that strategy. Along with that, you'll see increased sales. So the thought is, if you have that qualified traffic coming to your site, you're able to convert them at a higher rate. And then with that comes improved competitive positioning. So of course, if you are developing content around the topics and keywords and things that you are targeting and really having a plan to produce that type of content and get that traffic, that will give you an increased visibility versus your competitors, even those that you may not necessarily have on your radar at this point. So now that we've kind of talked about, okay, what makes effective content and why does it matter? how do you start to define, what these content hubs look like? And I'll get into what I mean by a content hub in just a moment. But really what I'd like to narrow it down to is 4 critical steps. So there's obviously quite a lot that goes into developing content, but I think this is a great format to follow to help you as you're sort of looking for a guide in terms of content production. So the first thing, which I kind of alluded to, was identifying business goals. And then you'll get into reviewing your analytics, researching FAQs, and then assessing search trends. And what we'll do here is dive into each of these just a little bit further to give you some more insight as to what each of these entails. So this may seem like an obvious notion to a lot of people, but identifying business goals is really where you want to start. And again, this is just to help you to define, the immediate and long-term content plans, as well as specifically what areas that you're going to focus on. So by defining that, really looking at, okay, what are my top 2 to 3 goals? Is that to promote a new product? Am I trying to increase my subscriptions to, subscription service that I offer, or am I looking to increase customer retention, or am I really focused on, non-brand content for these specific types of topics? Really just taking a look at, even beyond just digital, what are your overarching business goals? And then making sure that the content that you are creating and defining is in support of those specific goals. That's going to be really important, just because you don't want to just blindly start creating all these haphazard pages or content across the site. It should roll up to this sort of North Star that you have that will help, again, to guide short and long-term plans. So once you've done that, a great place to start, because a lot of people will come to me and say, well, okay, that's really great, but I have no idea where to get started on this. And a great place to start is really just taking a look under the hood of your own analytics. A great resource for this, in addition to GA or Adobe or any analytics tool that you're using, is Search Console. Because of course, a lot of the traditional analytics tools are no longer providing keyword level data. This is a good place to get a sense of what keywords are already performing well, and maybe where you can sort of start to identify immediate and long-term opportunities again. So these are a couple of snapshots. On the left-hand side here, you can see your performance report that is directly from Search Console. Typically, what I recommend is exporting at least 12 months or as many months of data as you have available to get a good sampling of your data, and then exporting that into a spreadsheet or a Google sheet similar to what you see at the right here, where you'll have your clicks, impressions, click-through rate, and position. And you can see here in this particular example, I've applied some conditional formatting, so I can quickly see, okay, red, I'm kind of ranking really beyond the first few pages. Within green, I'm ranking in the top few positions, so those are clearly doing well. And yellow, I'm sort of maybe on the cusp of ranking well, but not quite there. And on the bottom here are some good formulas and good guidelines for you, just to see, in terms of, again, quick and long-term ones that you can look at. So for example, if you have a keyword where maybe you're getting a ton of impressions, so you have great visibility for that, you're also ranking really well, but your click-through rate is low, and low can vary, of course, depending on the website. Generally, I would say anything under 3% I would consider a low click-through rate. So if you have a combination of those factors, that could be something where maybe you just want to go through and look at optimizing those titles and meta descriptions. It seems like, again, something very fundamental, but again, if we're looking at crafting content to really cater to our audience, perhaps there's something else that they're looking to see in that. Maybe it's a free shipping call out. Maybe it's, if you are some type of food service provider or restaurant or offer food products, maybe calling out different flavors or things like that, specific product names, taking a look at, other things that you can call out within the title and meta. And a good way to do that is just taking a scan of the search results to see perhaps, what others are doing who are ranking well for those keywords that seem to be performing well. And we'll talk a little bit more about that too further in the presentation, but those are a great place to start, because you already have the content set up and you're basically already doing well in terms of visibility. You just need a little bit of massaging of the content to really help that click-through rate. So I always like to call that out as a good sort of place to get started on content strategy. If we're looking to go to the next step, So perhaps you have a keyword where you're having a ton of impressions, but your rank is not that great. So maybe beyond page 2, over 20, you have a lower click-through rate, so under that 3% threshold, or very minimal. That would be a situation where you want to look at those keywords. And again, if they align with sort of where your business goals are, that would be something where perhaps you're going to look to add some content. And typically what I recommend starting with is looking at what page is ranking the best for that keyword, and then start to add content to that page. And the reason being just because if you're already getting some traction on that page, it may just need some further development to help it to perform better. Beyond that, it may require a more comprehensive content plan where you're needing to add some additional pages and add some internal linking around those, and really building out more of these hubs that we'll talk about a little bit more. But this is a great place, again, within Search Console to get started on formulating your strategy. So beyond looking at analytics, looking at things like Search Console, and your internal GA or Adobe or anything like that, the next component is looking at FAQs. And this is a really critical component because this is where you're going to really see what things are important to your consumers or your target audience around particular topics. So one tool that I love, and again, there's so many different tools available, so this is by no means the only one, but this one is a free tool that is accessible to anybody, and it's answerthepublic.com. This is a great resource where you can enter in, you can see here I have the example that I'll use throughout the presentation, but for running shoes. And so you'll see here at the right, essentially what this does is produce a list of common questions for, are, when, who, things like that. And let you know types of things that people are looking for around that query. And the great part about it too is you can look by country. Of course, people will look for things differently depending on their location. So it's great to be able to filter that way as well. But I love to use this, and then you're able to export this data. And you can see here what I did is start to categorize some of these questions. So, people are looking for, are running shoes good? And it looks like they're looking at a particular purpose around those keywords. So I just highlighted a few, they're looking at, things like walking or hiking, or can I use these for the gym or for training and things like that. And what you want to start to do is, as you're going through all of the topics that you're thinking about maybe creating content for, is categorizing and identifying patterns. So you want to see if there's a pattern that's really prevalent, that really stands out, where perhaps you can create some content around that. Perhaps you don't have any content, or maybe you have a little bit of content, but it needs to be built out. This is a great way, this and other tools like it, to get a sense of what people are looking for and what's important to them. Now, coupled with that, the other component is, of course, catering to your audience, but also tying in the SEO piece. And so, while keyword saturation is not something that is as much of a focus as is the type of content and what you're speaking about on the page, looking at the search volume for keywords is still really great directional information, because it is still a component that you want to be incorporating throughout, things like your title tag, your H1, your H2s, your headers, and then subtly throughout the copy, a few mentions depending on how long the copy is. So once you've researched your FAQs, you want to take a look at what corresponding keywords really go with that. So you can see here, I did some keyword research around that, looking at training and running shoes, since that was one of the FAQs that came up. And what I'm able to do is pull, all of the sort of same category or same theme keywords and get a total cumulative search volume. So over 5,000 searches a month for just the keywords that I pulled here. So what that to me indicates is, okay, that's a great opportunity. There's a good amount of search volume there where it could warrant having some content that's maybe comparative around training and running shoes, or answering specific questions that people have around that specific use. So this to me would substantiate creating at least one page and maybe more page around those particular topics. Now, the other piece to that is you want to take a look at, where might those keywords fit within the sales funnel, because that will help to define what type of content that you're creating. So if I'm looking at something like, what are the differences between running and training shoes, Maybe I want to have a blog piece that really gets into the weeds about, what are those main differences? How are each of them used? What are similarities? What are overlap? Or maybe I want to have, a comparison grid on a product page that's kind of outlining the highlights, or talking about cross-use and things like that. So depending on, what the keywords look like, start to think about, are those top of funnel? Are those more consideration or mid-funnel where people are more kind of researching, or are those decision where it seems like they're pretty much ready to make a decision, and that might make sense more for something like a product page. So using those things in tandem is great to help you start to define what that will look like on your website. Along with that, another great tool is Google Trends. So you've looked at your FAQ, you've got a sense for what questions people are looking at, you understand generally what the average search volume is in correlation with those common questions. Now you want to look at, okay, what is the overall demand over time? And so Google Trends is good, again, directional data. There's some numbers associated with it. I wouldn't get too hung up on those, as just opposed to the general trend line, and then the topics and queries that come back from that. And so this is good because you can sort of see if things are more seasonal, just depending on how that trend line looks, or if there's consistent demand over time that would make more sense for some evergreen content. The other great part, like I mentioned, is it will provide you some related topics and related queries. And what you can do is also see maybe some other popular related topics and start to categorize those as well. So you can see here what I did is sort of group these. So under related topics, there's some different terminology. So maybe I want to consider my use of the word shoe versus sneaker throughout the site, and find ways to incorporate, maybe one or both of those if it makes sense. There's some particular brands that are being called out. So if I'm a retailer that offers multiple brands, I perhaps want to make sure that I certainly have a page dedicated to Nike and to Brooks, and talking about training and running shoes. On the right side is related queries. One that stood out to me was best. So this is a great opportunity. Again, depending on the type of business you are, you could have a best of list, maybe of your own products, or if you're more of a third party, best of, top running shoes, or top multi-use running shoes, or something like that. So again, this is really great directional information to give you a sense of things that are trending over time, just to help support a lot of that data that you've already pulled from the steps before. So once you've got to that point and really defined, okay, I think I have a sense of what topics make sense to go after now, both from an audience perspective, and they also have the support from a search engine perspective, how do you start to build those out? So I've really broken those up into 3 key steps. There's a lot that goes into each of these, of course, but the first one, really starting off by assessing your competition and the overall search landscape, and then organizing those content hubs, and then of course, actually going through the process of producing that content. So one of the key components is going through and assessing your competition. Now, this can seem like a daunting task, but there's actually some, easy, although of course, pretty time-intensive ways to look at this. But the first one is just taking a look at search results. So here's an example for training shoes versus running shoes. And what you want to do in this situation is just get a sense for what the search results look like overall. And this piece really could just take you a couple of minutes just to see, okay, what types of information is actually returning for this topic. So you can see here in this particular example, I'm getting a featured snippet. And if I'm looking closely at that featured snippet, it's a guide that's pretty comprehensive, going through running shoes and addressing a lot of the frequently asked questions that consumers have around that. And so Google has deemed that that is an important piece of content that is closely tied to that query and resonates. So that's probably a page that I want to explore further and see what they are doing on that page that I can do better on my own site. Another great place to see, which tends to return in, gosh, most search results these days, is people also ask. So you can see there a sampling of questions that people are frequently asking that are related to that topic. And this is great because it can really support a lot of the FAQ research you've already done from a tool like Answer the Public or otherwise. And then you can get a sense of if you're including, maybe an FAQ style format content or just any type of content on the page, these are questions that you probably should be directly addressing on the page in order to gain favor with the search engines and just really tie into what people are interested in finding about. Because of course, something like running shoes is a pretty general topic and you could write forever and lots of pages, but this really helps you to refine things that people really care about and things that will help you rank well. So once you have a general assessment of what the search landscape looks like, you can start to dive in a little bit more detailed. And so from there, doing a little bit more specific searches or, searching for other related topics and seeing, who's ranking well and what are they actually doing to achieve that ranking. So within this example here, I've looked at just a very broad topic, running shoes again. And I just pointed out here, I noticed that Nike is ranking very well on the general organic search. So you can see they're in the top, 3 for the normal or regular organic results, but they're also highlighted there in a people also ask. So they have multiple placements in organic. So it seems that Google really likes the way that this content is structured and the content that is presented on this page. And so if you dive into the page, you can get a lot of really great insights that you can perhaps apply to the pages as you're trying to build out new content, or maybe you're looking at, recreating some of the templates you already have or site redesigns. You can sort of see, some of the key things that maybe these other competitors or other websites that are ranking well, things that they're actually doing. So for their running shoes page or the page that's ranking prominently, you can see here that they've actually have the target topic phrase included in 2 of their primary headers, including the H1 and H2, which I've outlined here. The H2 is supported with that FAQ style content. So you can see they've got some actual questions like what elements create great running shoes, which running shoes are best for you. They're really pulling from questions that were identified within Answer the Public or tools such as that. As well as people also ask, and they have some pretty detailed content directly on this category page that's tying into that. So this is a great example of where you could say, okay, maybe I look at a few other competitor pages, I see some similar trends, and then I know that I should probably structure my content similarly, but of course do it better so that my page is favored in a similar fashion. And once you've done some of that research and you've got all these topics that you're identifying, this is where, you really want to start to build out these hubs. And so I alluded to this earlier, but really the way that your content starts to perform well is when you start to associate it together and start to establish authority around these topics. And this is the way that you do that. You really have your primary keyword or your primary topic that you're going after. So if that is, that's your central piece here, you're going to have subtopics or related pages that are going to link to that main page or that main topic. So the thought is that that primary topic is going to be a higher volume or broader keyword, and then you're going to use some longer tailed or related topics and keywords that will link to that. And what that helps you to do is you're able to target some of these more competitive keywords, competitive topics that are, it's more difficult to obtain that visibility, but by tapping into whatever your unique value proposition is, whatever your niche is, and some of these longer tailed topics and keywords, you can start to still build authority around those broader topics by tapping into those others. And the internal linking component is very critical here as well, because that really helps to establish that association, not only for Google, but for your users as well. As they're on these different pages, you really help to guide their path around similar content. And that's also something that resonates with Google and just helps to establish that authority. So the way that that would look in context of the running shoes example, just to give you a more clear example here. So this is just one instance that you could set it up. So for instance, your primary keyword or your running shoes would be your hub. That could be a primary e-commerce category page, for example. And then you would have these supporting e-commerce pages or blog pages around it that all link to this hub page and perhaps also to each other. I think, the one thing is be thoughtful about your internal linking and make sure that you're not just putting in a bunch of links just for the sake of doing it, but thinking about, okay, does it make sense to naturally include one here? Maybe I do want to link to this other page from this blog page, and that makes sense. Those are things that you want to be incorporating. But here's an example where you may have a few e-commerce pages around, again, training versus running shoes, or maybe walking versus running shoes, and then trail running shoes. So perhaps you decide that those are the product focused pages you want to have. And then maybe you've got some blog pages around some other FAQs, like how do I clean and care for my running shoes, or how to choose the right fit. So I get the question a lot of, okay, what's the way that I should do this? Is this, the exact structure I need to follow? And the answer is there's not really a certain right way to do it. You just want to make sure that the way you're organizing your hubs is in a fashion that makes sense for search engines, but also for your users. And, it seems, again, obvious, but I always put myself in the shoes of my audience or my consumer, and thinking about, okay, if I came to this page, what would I be expecting to see? And what would make it easy for me to navigate and to make a decision on a purchase here. So really try to take that mindset as you're building out these hubs. But again, very critical to, as you're mapping things out, think about how these will all relate, and then make sure that you have that internal linking component. And a great way to do that is, before you just go and start writing and producing all this content, make sure that you create a content calendar. And again, that can be any format that you want. This is just an example here that I've put from a Google Sheet. But this really helps you to see, you can see here comparisons, maybe one topic in terms of running shoe comparisons, care and maintenance, maybe another topic I decide, and then selection. So choosing, the best style, the best fit. Maybe those are the topics that I decide are the sort of broader topics I want to go after. And the reason why this is great is because this really is doing the work of organizing those hubs that we just reviewed. And then you can make sure that as you're producing this content and creating these subtopic pages, that you have substantial content rolling up into each of these hub pages to support that topic. So this is a great way to keep track of that. Of course, it's a way for you to provide that direction to your writer, to give updates to anyone internally, to keep track of all the content, because as you continue to go forward, of course, these are going to grow, and you don't want to lose track of the content you've already produced, and make sure that you're being really thoughtful about what you're producing next. So content calendar is absolutely essential for organizing that. And then as you're going through and creating the content itself, keep in mind a lot of those insights that you garnered from looking at the search results, diving into the competitor pages themselves, of course, conducting that keyword research. There's other tools like this one here, LSI Graph, where you can pull related keywords that you can incorporate throughout the copy. Again, from my stance and what I've seen to perform well is, yes, some keyword incorporation is important, but really think more about how you are catering to your audience and answering their questions and their pain points and their needs. And then all of that stuff is secondary, and really roll into that. But by really tapping into your audience desires first, that is what's going to help you to succeed and perform well. So I know we have a couple minutes here, but just wanted to sort of recap a lot of information, of course. And so just some top tips for you to take away today. So again, it's really critical that you start off by confirming your business priorities and goals. Any content that you're creating should be in support of those, just to help you to stay on track with what you're trying to accomplish. The second tip is using the analytics data that you already have available via Search Console or whatever analytics platform that you're on, so that you can uncover quick wins like updating those metas and titles, and then longer term projects like where you may need to add content to a page or create new pages altogether. Thirdly is researching those FAQs to make sure that you're using content to address consumer pain points, and then using trend data to support those ideas. And then after that, assessing your competition, as we took a look at, reviewing the search results, taking a look at who has the most visibility, and then how can you produce that content, but only better, and really, just taking some of the key takeaways from those pages, but making an even better page. And then organizing your content around those hubs, making sure that you're linking related pieces. And then finally, keeping track of and producing a content calendar that's really housing all of your hubs all of your subtopics and really helping you with that development, and then making sure you're producing that well-optimized content. So with that, like I mentioned, just to quickly wrap up here, I actually will be doing an extended session of this because of course I could talk all day about content, but we only have half an hour today. So I'll probably be doing about an hour and a half session in September on the 17th. If you want to find out more about that, you can visit the 2 October's website. We also have quite a few other webinars and sessions coming up that are related to content and otherwise that I think you would all really much enjoy. And of course, there is my contact information too. Please do feel free to email me or reach out to me on LinkedIn if you have any further questions that we're not able to get to today. But otherwise, I hope this was helpful and really appreciate all of your time.
Thank you very much, Yasmin. Unfortunately, we won't have the time to answer some of the questions from the chat. However, thank you very much for your talk, and we will make sure to forward you the questions and follow up with the answers as well. And now I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker. We have Lisiane Ndong joining us today from Searchmetrics with her talk on data-driven content. Hi, Lisiane.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Lisiane. I'll leave the microphone to you now.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. I'm trying to... Excuse me, are you able to see me? Can you see my screen? Sorry, I have to ask the usual question.
No, I'm not able to see your screen yet.
Okay, so it's coming.
Perfect, can see it now. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. So today, so a little bit about me. So I'm Lisiane Ndong. So I'm currently working at Searchmetrics. I'm a client success manager, make the most of the search data to make the best business decision. So I would like to start here with the main challenges that content marketers tend to face. So as we all know, we have the challenge of creating engaging content, measuring the return on investment of our content, and also producing content which is engaging, and also knowing how to use data with the best way. So based on these challenges, when we create content, is to produce engaging content of high quality, and that obviously bring value to our audience. So that's the reason why content, using data for the content creation is key, because when you use data, you're able to know more about your audience. You can make a better strategic decision, and on top of that, you will know and meet your customer needs depending on the buying stages. So the 6 steps are really based, if you look at different steps that a content creator go through by incorporating data within these different steps. It's all you to really make sure that your content is really aligned with what your target audience wants. So based on your marketing objectives, whether it's branding, traffic, sales, conversion, etc., the 6 steps is to use data for the research, to identify the right topic, to analyze the user intent, to create content, distribute content, and analyze the content performance. So now we're going to look at the different steps in details. So step 1 is research. So when you do the research of your target audience So your goal more about your target audience and know their needs and issues. So here you have is more what I would call professional women. And on the right side is the woman I will call fashionista. So these two women are looking for dresses, however, they will have different needs. So first of all, it's important to look at what kind of search they will do based on the keyword that they will tend to research online. So here for the work dress, we can see when you look at the keyword and look at the different cluster around the keyword, we can see that there is a difference between someone looking for work dresses and someone looking for day dress. Also, the question they will ask, if you look at people also work for work dress, the question you will ask will be like how many dresses you should have, how to look professional, and how to, for example, have the number of jacket that you need to have. So when you look at the woman into the day dress, more the fashionista, she will be more concerned about what to wear depending of the day, of the time of the day. She will ask what's the kind of things that she needs to take into account if she wants to look comfortable. So also, once you have look at your customers, so something that I would like to emphasize is to really to make sure that you use the platform like we have here when you are able to make sure that you select the right topic based on the search volume. So once you have the look at your target audience, you will then look at the competitor. So the competitor is really making sure that you look at the type of topic that the competitor are discussing, the type of content. And once you gathered different information about your competitor, is then your time to develop some content ideas around this keyword or topic. And then you can decide to create similar content or doing something different, but the end goal is to match your consumer needs. So to do that, you could start with looking at Google search, so looking at the images that other competitors are using, looking at the actual organic position, looking at the different URLs, so that to give you an idea of how competitive is a specific keyword. And then what you could do as well is to use a little bit more data. In this case, we are using search metrics in this case, but you could use other tools to do that. So something which is really important is to do what we call gap analysis. By doing a gap analysis, you're able to look at the type of topic that your competitors are using for this specific topic. For example, here we are about dresses, so you need to look at what type of keywords your competitor are using, and also to compare with the keyword that you are using, so that you can see where there is a gap between the keyword that your competitor are using and the keyword that you are using. And the benefit with that is you will be able to compare URL to URL instead of just comparing the whole domain. Something that you could do as well is to look at the keyword comparison, looking at based on the specific topic, which is work dress. In this instance, you can compare the specific keyword that your competitor is using. You can compare. You can have details about the search keyword of a high search volume. Therefore, there might be a market opportunity for you. And then once you've looked at the competitors, once you look at your target audience, once you know more about your target audience needs, it's now step 2 is to identify the right topic for your target group. So something that we use is to look at, based on the overall theme, how relevant, how much opportunity you could find from a specific topic. In this instance, you can look for close women. So therefore, you might decide to focus on the topic and or the theme that bring the most search volume. As you can see, we are still into the work dress. However, depending on the topic, you will see more, you will have more volume in terms of search. And then also the seasonality. So here, as we know, seasonality is really important, but looking at the search volume based on the seasonality, you can then plan your content accordingly and make sure that, for example, here in winter, we have more work dress. So therefore, you will make sure that the content about work dress will be ready for winter compared to day dresses will be more maybe at a different period of the year. And then once you have looked at the topic specifically, so here what we've seen earlier, the topic about work dress has more search volume, but you also have subcategories, I would call. So therefore you can see the volume. For example, in this 10, you can see that work dress in general provide a lot of search volume, but black dress has more search volume than, for example, gray dresses. So the implication for you is to make sure that you create content about black dress. However, you can also decide to focus on a long tail type of keyword because you feel like there might be a lot of competition for work dress. So really something that is important is to look at the search volume, but also the relevance, as you can see on the right column. And that's something that as Search Metrics, we are really focusing on because we want to make sure that the keywords we pick are relevant. So once you've analyzed your topic, it's now time to analyze the user intent. The user intent is, as we know, once the consumer makes a search online, they have a specific intention. So we have informational, navigational, and transactional. So informational is really when the consumer wants to know something. So he's looking for some information. When it's about navigational, he wants to go somewhere. And transactional, he wants to do something. So a little bit more details on each category. So informational, that's what the consumer would type keyword like how to do something, what or who or where. So that's the kind of keyword combination that you know that the consumer wants to get some information. Navigational is when the consumer wants to go to another page. That's the kind of thing where on Google, the consumer will type a brand name, might type Amazon from a Google search or ASOS. So you know that it's navigational. And then transactional is when the consumer want to make a purchase. Therefore, the keyword, the combination that the consumer will make will be more buying, purchase, etc. So once you have this information, it's really important for you to spot the intention of your consumer. So once you have the intention, you know that some keywords left side, you can see that informational term keyword are more in blue, and you have in transactional, it's more in green. So as you can see, within the same topic, you will have different search intent. And on top of that, you will see, depending on the search intent, you will have different search volumes. So the implication for you is to know what you want to focus on. And then as you can see, the actual search intent is really linked to the user journey. Of someone who wants to buy a dress. Sorry, I like fashion tend to be here as a topic to discuss. So if the user is into awareness, this means usually is into informational in terms of search intent. If it's into consideration, it will be more into navigational as intent, and purchase can be more on transactional. Obviously, there might be some variation, but in general, we tend to see that that's the way it tends to be. So within the awareness, the user search for a new dress for work. So the type of search query that you will make will be more like smart dress, work dress for winter. It will be more general type of search query. Once into consideration, that's where the user, the consumer, is comparing. We want to compare two different dresses. We want to get review of the best dresses. So therefore, that will be more navigational. And within the purchase, that's where we will have search query, more for dresses, buying dresses, etc. And then you can see the type of query will be more in details in terms of the product color, for example. And once you have spotted the search query, the buyer journey, and then the search intent, that's why you're ready to create the content. So here is how, once you are clear about the search intent, you can then decide the type of content. So when the user is looking for information, informational search intent. So therefore, the content format could be article, images, because you know that your goal within this phase is where the consumer is into awareness, is looking for a product, but is not really clear on what he wants. So you have to make sure that the content you create is very informational. And in terms of consideration, you know that at that stage, the consumer is looking for different options, is comparing, go to another website to make some comparison. So therefore, in terms of content, it's good to make sure that when you search online, it comes to product pages, event page, or webinar, because at that stage you want to be convinced into different options available in the market. So in terms of format, you can create video, images, but your goal here is to make sure that you help the consumer to actually take a decision. So, and then you have the last stage, which is purchase. Here, the consumer is ready to make a purchase. He has, as I would say, his debit card in his hand. So therefore, in terms of content type, will be product pages, and also more deeper into product. So when you make sure that you provide him product detail page. And in terms of content format, be images, video, and even map. We know that map, for example, an e-commerce site which has also a physical store is important nowadays to have a map. So as you can see, when you decide to create content, you really have to make sure that you take into account the search intent of the user. And also we've seen more and more that Google is really taking this kind of information into account when it actually provides search results. So once you have created your content, you can see, for example, here's an example of the research, the results you could find when it's informational, navigation, and transactional. As you can see here, when I type smart work dress, I have a different result compared to when I just type work dress ASOS, that will be more navigational. Buy work blue dress, I will have different type of results. As you can see, it's really important for you as a content creator to make sure that you create your content based on the search intent. And then something that we do at Psychometrics, and I'm sure you could find it somewhere else, but in our case, once you get to that stage, when you are clear about the type of topic you want to talk about, you are clear about the keyword you want to use, the next step, what we do is you have the possibility that based on the topic, provide you the must-have keywords. So we're telling you based on the market, based on the different competitor, we are telling you what kind of keyword you need to have within your text, within your article, and we also provide you the frequency, or meaning how often you need to use a specific keyword, and then we can also give you a content score. So I will show you an example now, how it works. Here, the topic was work dress, and then the platform provided us some keywords like we should have. And then once I've typed the article, I'm able to then see the keywords that are relevant and also the frequency. As you can see, for example, here, dresses, I've been suggested to write it 10 times. I've wrote it only 4 times. And it's really good because these metrics, these recommendations are really based on the data by comparing the competitor. And obviously, once you use this topic, use this keyword within your title tag and meta. And then step 5 is about distributing your content. So at that stage is really making sure you distribute your content on the different channels. And the key thing here is to make sure that you include these keyword into the social media post title, the blog post title, the subject line of your email, and also the image and the video, because you've seen that when you've picked specific keyword, you know that there is a search volume, therefore you have to make sure that you actually use this keyword within different marketing channel. And something that as well is important is once you know that a keyword is searched, by using it within the subject line on the email, you know that that's the kind of queries that your user, the consumer is looking for. And then step 6 is to analyze your content performance. So analyzing your content performance is to answer the return on investment challenge that we discussed earlier. It's really making sure that you monitor your content daily, weekly, and also when you look at your content, you make sure that you track the right metrics, I would say, depending on the type of content. And as I say on the right side, always monitor the market trend, because everything is based on the market trends, based on what the consumer wants. And here, just a little summary as we discussed. So really when you, to create a data-driven content strategy, step 1, do some research of your target audience and your competitor. Step 2, identify the right topics based on seasonality, search volume, relevancy, and then analyze your user intent by making sure that your buyer journey is linked and there is a relation with your user intent. And step 4, create content. And step 5, distribute your content. Step 6, analyze the content performance. Thank you very much. And as I say, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Lisiane. I'm looking at it, looks like there are no questions from the chat. So I had a question, Lisiane, for you. May I ask if your approach would change for an emerging topic, let's say new technologies, a sector where there's historically not that much data on the search volume?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I've been cut. So do you mind to repeat your question, please? So you asked me if like an industry like tech, where usually we don't have that many data.
Yes, if it is an emerging industry where that's not a lot of historic data, would you change your approach in any way? Would that checklist, for example, change?
That's a good question. So maybe, yes, you might not have the data in terms of search volume, but you can also look at the different topic, because as you can see on the platform, we use semantic and clusters. So you can definitely try to find related type of topic, and also making sure that when you find the relating topic, you trying to create some content around the similarity. But I would still keep the same steps, but you just need to adjust your approach. And also in terms of search volume, you might not have the expectation on having a high search volume, but just making comparison with the competitor. That's why it's important to look at the competitors to see what they are doing and how it's going for them, and see if the competitor is having high traffic or high position on the SERP. You can then decide to create your content around this.
Thank you very much, Lisiane, for your presentation. So I think we can move to our next panelist, which is Karla Abua from eHealth for Everyone, and from Nigeria. And she's going to present her talk on the topic of search engine algorithms and user experience. Oh, just a moment. Hi, Karla. Are you able to hear us? Just a moment, please. Just experiencing some technicalities.
Just bear with us a couple of seconds, folks. Just having some issues getting Karla into the chat. We'll be trying to get this resolved as soon as possible.
Hi, Karla. Are you able to hear us? Hi, Karla.
Hi.
Oh, hi, finally. Apologies, everyone, technical issues, but I think we finally managed to connect. I'll leave the microphone to you for your presentation, as I said, on the search engine algorithms and user experience.
Okay.
Can you hear us okay, Karla? Hey, Karla, can you hear us?
So hey guys. Yes, I can hear you. I need confirmation if you can hear me good.
Hey, Karla, yeah, we can hear you now. I think there's a little bit of a delay coming through, but we've got you.
Okay, so I'm just going to get into it. Okay, awesome. I'm just going to get right into it. I really apologize for the technical glitch. I hope it stabilizes as soon as possible. So I would pretty much be speaking on search engine algorithms and user experience. I'm just going to get into it. So this is a little thing about me that I put in there. I really love the Google Analytics dashboard. I love everything about insights and studying user behavior and everything about it and everything in between. I work for a health tech company here in the capital of Nigeria. It's a company of young individuals trying to change the narrative about Africa and the tech space. So, and also I believe that the African tech space has potential 110%. I also love talking about user experience in SEO because I personally believe that you as a service provider, you are responsible to users. Like users can hold you accountable for how they feel whenever they are gliding through your site or anything related. So this is the outline of my presentation. I'm just going to do a brief overview of how machine learning revolutionized search engine algorithms, also why user experience is important for SEO and how to boost user experience for better SEO. Now, I'm just going to share a few tips. Like SEO is a continuous strategy. The strategy you employ is continuous and long-term. However, I'll just be sharing a little tips. So how machine learning has revolutionized search algorithms. I just did a brief rough overview of the algorithm evolution since the Panda update of 2011. I highlighted the major updates and their years because, of course, Google does thousands of updates um, every year, multiple times a year. So I just highlighted the major ones. The Panda 2011 started, it kind of brought in the whole user experience into SEO because there were trends where websites that were not necessarily user-centric were finding their ways to the search engine results page through spamming, content scraping, all types of non-SEO best practices. So pretty much that's what it's all about. The Panda 2011 updates started moving forward in such a way that websites that were found on the search engine results page were actually websites that earned the rankings and not necessarily people or websites that were not user-centric at all. So then the Penguin update of 2012, like I said, the Panda update pretty much sets the pace for every other update that happened after that. So the more it's automatically expected that the more user-centric search engine algorithms became or become as they continue to it is expected that businesses or website builders become more user-centric team and I think so. I'm just going to continue. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Karla.
Awesome, awesome. I just wanted to confirm that. So before I was interrupted, the panda updates, the penguin updates, the pigeon updates, and then more panda, more penguin. So pretty much the updates continued every year until now. So Google just keeps on finding new ways to ensure SEO best practices are observed by websites, product providers, service providers, you name it. Now, this is awesome because machine learning is pretty much a way to teach web crawlers how to better index pages with the intent to stop sites with poor quality content from finding their way to the search engine results page. This is incredibly important because sometimes you find out that websites that have no value at all to the user end up on the search engine results page. And like the reason we trust Google so much is the ability to find whatever it is we're looking for. So the user experience has to be top notch. Now, what machine learning does is it teaches web crawlers how to mimic human judgment. So you can ideally say that the way the search engine crawlers pretty much observe how much users love a particular web page or a particular website, same web page, more ideally, notices how much users are on that particular page by study of that, how well visitors come to your site and how long they stay there basically tells the web crawlers that, okay, this is probably a worthy site or a worthy web page because of the way users are on it. In simple terms, basically, the more a user enjoys your website, the better chance you have of being ranked. I love to say that search engine crawlers are more user-centric than ever. They are more user experience focused than ever. So it is important when building your website, you build with user empathy. You think about how your user is going to feel when navigating through your site. Do they have ease finding buttons? Do they have ease finding call to actions? Do you just bombard them with information? Is your web page too long? Those little things that could irk a user, you have to take it into consideration. Now, also, design also contributes to this as well. UI UX designers, apart from content, design contributes to this as well. People love things that are visually stimulating. How visually stimulating is your site? Little things here and there. And the major upside of this is the user strategy and SEO strategy can both be designed in the same pattern because they share common goals. So because your site is more user-centric, you can expect also that your SEO strategy can be streamlined in a way to fit your user strategy, because they both have the same goal. You're trying to bring organic traffic to your site, and you're also trying to bring more users to your site. Like, who doesn't want that? Now, why user experience is important for SEO? Judging from the headline, hear me out here. There are three main assets that determine the SEO value of a website: links, content, and rank rate. Now, content is a major thing, because most times users that search in search engines are usually the ones that know what they want the most. They search in long tail keywords, whatever. They know what they are looking for. So that your website has value-adding content, information that users or site visitors actually find useful. Now, RankBrain is an algorithm update that was introduced in 2015. It's majorly driven by key behavior metrics like user behavior, bounce rate, pages per session. Basically, it's an algorithm update that studies everything as pertains how a site visitor navigates your site. The particular page, oh, did they arrive at log right off or immediately close the tab? All those little attitudes by the user tells the algorithm or the web crawler, okay, probably they didn't like your website that much, and all that contributes to how well your website could be run. Now, it basically tells the search engine crawlers that whether or not your users or site visitors had a swell time navigating your site. So it is important. Apart from design, design is just one side of the coin. Your content has to be value adding. Your content has to speak to the user. It has to be of use to the site visitor. Now, this is just how to boost a few tips, how to boost UX for better SEO. Just a few tips. Mobile responsiveness. I cannot overemphasize this point. This is a major plus in the land of SEO. It will be more than beneficial, and it is important in capital letters. Just recently, in 2016, the number of mobile users as opposed to desktop users was up 52.2% in market share. So basically, most users or most site visitors are more than likely to be mobile phone users or smartphone users, be that as it may. You have to improve or work on your mobile responsiveness, not just desktop. If possible, focus more on how responsive your site is on mobile. You have to think about everything, be conscious, or have at the back of your mind that you're also trying to pitch. Is like pitching to a smartphone user. I like to see it that way. You have to give them a reason to be on your site. How do you do that? Make sure that your website is also mobile responsive. It has to be responsive, of course. Then the image tags, providing alt text for the images you post on your web page, just to give the web crawlers an idea of what is on the image. A descriptive text for your images, it is important. In as much as you're trying to teach or show search engine crawlers what is on your page, you're also helping the user. Like, it's a win-win, like killing two birds with one stone. Then the page speed. No one likes to be hitting the refresh button all the time. What helps me in this particular point, or what I always keep at the back of my mind, because I'm also a WordPress developer as well, is the fact that the studies show that the average human has the attention of a goldfish, the attention span of a goldfish. So if I click on a website and it takes too long to load, best believe that I'm going to close the tab, no matter what it is that I'm looking for. No one wants to be hitting the refresh button all the time. So work on your page speed. How do you work on your page speed? Optimize images, reduce the sizes of images. Sometimes you find that the images on your site are kind of inequality that make your web page a lot harder to load. You can work on that. Content. This is 110% important. Value-adding content cannot be overemphasized. Like I said, search engine users are users that pretty much know what they want. So they're typing in what they want into the search engine, and they expect results, and they know what they want when they see it. So your content has to be value-adding. Your content has to be able to speak to the need of the consumer or of the site visitor. The site visitor has to come to your website and be like, okay, I have seen what I want. And to make sure of that, your content has to be of value, has to speak to the user. These are just a few tips that I outlined here, 4 of them, but believe me when I say that it is continuous. It's not a one-time thing. SEO strategy is not a one-time thing. You're always going to be refurbishing your content. You're always going to be enhancing it to make sure that it speaks more to the trends of the time, just to keep your site visitors engaged. Your page speed, the more you update your web pages with new images, you're going to have to be doing that continuously. You're going to have to be paying very, very close attention to all these things here and there. The mobile responsiveness, like I said, these things are not one-time things. You have to constantly pay attention to these things. You have to constantly know what your users want. Have their empathy at the back of your mind whenever you are doing anything website related, be it selling products, whatnot. It has to have the user in mind. You have to have the site visitor in mind. So take home quotes. This is just a little something to remind you of the fact that you are more accountable to users than search engines. The truth is, I personally believe that if you take the pressure off yourself from, oh, I have to be found by search engines, I have to be on the search engine results page, you could direct that energy to, okay, let me focus on my users. How do they feel when they come on my website? What are they looking for? Being more user-centric prevents you from taking on black hat SEO techniques, because the more search engine oriented you are, you could fall into the dark side pretty much. You could fall into the black side, like search engine not so good practices, like keyword stuffing and all of that. That's not what my presentation is all about, but I just want to remind you that you are accountable to users more than search engine. Just keep this at the back of your mind. You attract the user, you attract the web crawler. That is it. So I've come to the end of my presentation. I really apologize again for the technical glitch. I was having some problems setting up initially, and I hope that my little presentation was of use to you. You could see something you could relate to, or you could learn from, like I have been learning from this all this while. So I've come to the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Karla, for your presentation. May I ask perhaps for you to talk about your experience in optimizing websites in the African continent? Are there any emerging search trends you have identified, perhaps? Karla, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, my experience optimizing websites here. I happen to work for a company that is driven and pretty much user oriented. So presently at my workplace, I manage 3 websites. I maintain 3 websites, and optimizing each and every one of them is a chore, of course, but I pretty much created a maintenance plan for each website in optimizing each website. Now, my experience working in the African tech space, it's basically a part of it that has a lot of potential. Like, what keeps those of us in the industry going is the fact that it has a lot of potential, and we are like-minded. Pretty much this generation of young people right now, by that I mean my age grade, pretty much, we are very enthusiastic. So we want to bring the change to the African tech space. I'm not going to lie, there's a lot of mediocrity when it comes to websites here. Most websites here are not really user experience oriented. The mediocrity is because, like I said before, it has potential. We're not really there yet, but it does have potential. But however, there are companies, startups here and there that are pushing and trying to change the narrative. So in my little understanding of user experience, I learned everything I know about user experience from my present place of work. It's a health tech company, pretty much build digital solutions for hospitals and the healthcare system here in Nigeria. So that has exposed me to a lot of experience as regards user experience of websites, because it is assumed that many of the users of our products are not really learned or really educated. So we have to build our websites in such a way that it could be understood by the average Nigerian or the average African. I don't know if you understand me on that part. So when it comes to optimizing websites and making it more user-friendly, what we keep in mind is the average Nigerian going to feel using this. Is he going to understand what you're selling? Is he going to understand the value of what you're giving him? So that has pretty much been my experience, trying to streamline work or optimize websites in such a way that the average Nigerian can gain or can use our products, understand our products, and use our products accordingly. So that's my answer to your question.
Thank you, Karla. And just another question. Have you come across any obstacles when working with businesses that are kind of resistant to investing in content? Because not everyone sees content as something like straightforward investment.
Sorry, please, could you repeat that?
Oh, not a problem.
I
was looking to see if you have experienced any obstacles when it comes to working with businesses that don't see content as a straightforward investment. So more to do like convincing businesses to invest in content.
Oh, yes. I have to say a lot of times. We sometimes encounter, for example, I also work as a freelancer as well. Sometimes you meet clients that are not really all about content. All they want is for their website to be out there. They want instant results as regards the metrics on their key metrics are saying concerning their websites. They want instant miracles. But they don't want to be user-centric. They don't want to focus on the work. They don't want to focus on the content. In fact, in the Nigerian space, or the African space, it is not uncommon for businesses that approach freelancers, I'm talking based on my experience, not to have content for their websites. They approach you and they want a website, but they don't really have content. So you're sitting down already. I'm not working with mockups. So you're thinking, okay, what am I going to do? How am I going to give this to this client? How am I going to attend to their needs? You don't really have anything. So yes, that has been my number one obstacle, having to work, sometimes take up contracts without content. And I'm a budding freelancer, so I don't have the luxury of turning down jobs. I don't have the luxury of just dropping it and say, okay, I'm not going to do this because you don't have content. I have to figure out a way around it. So that has been my obstacle, pretty much having to work without necessary content and building on it. So yes, that's my answer to that.
Thank you very much, Karla, again for your presentation and for providing more information on the African content sort of SEO landscape. Thank you very much. So now I have the pleasure to announce our last but not least presenter, Chris Green from Footprint Digital, who will be discussing the topic of internal linking.
Hello, how's it going?
Hi, Chris. Good, thank you. How are you?
Brilliant stuff. Right, can you? I'm here. My camera. There we go. It helps if I start my video. Or it won't let me. Cool. Can you hear me? Am I coming through? All right.
Yes, perfect.
Lovely. Okay. Give me a few more seconds, and I'll share my screen and I'll get rolling. If it'll let me. That's typical. Oh, there we go. Zoom doesn't have permission to do it. Typical. There we go. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, fantastic.
Lovely. Sorry about that. Okay, perfect. You happy for me just to plow on through?
Sure, go ahead.
Brilliant. Well, hi everyone. Hope your day is going okay. I know in my time zone in the UK we're getting ready to wind down now, and I know some people's days feel like they'll just be kicking off. So for everyone who's here and watching, thank you for hanging about, and I hope that a lot of the other talks have been interesting. You've taken a lot away from today. My name is Chris Green. I am a head of marketing innovation at an agency called Footprint Digital, based in Colchester and London here in the UK. I'm also an on-call ambassador and spend far too much time playing with SEO tools and just kind of search in general. Today I'm going to talk about experiments with internal linking and as much of the journey going through that process as what I've learned as part of that as well, because I think there's two kind of factors to this. So first things first, I want to start you off with a question. Do you know what disastrous combination is? I can think of many disastrous combinations, for example, pogo stick and tattoo needle, but that's not actually this kind of disastrous combination of I'm thinking of here. I'm thinking of something maybe a little more muted and maybe a little more boring to those outside of the SEO world. And I think there's a combination of some factors. So one factor, judging the impact of internal linking changes is notoriously difficult. It's always been a hard thing to work out. But when we pair that with another factor that we make far too many changes without testing, it could spell disaster for many websites. And this is something that I think about probably more than most people should do. I have to include myself in people who make changes without testing as much, and it's something I've always wanted to test myself on. And I think fundamentally, when we look at this, the thing that worries me is changes we make with good intentions can often do more harm than good. And it's not that we're bad people or we're necessarily doing bad things. It's just because we're talking about complex and intricate systems that we're not always aware of. But actually within this space and within a lot of elements of SEO, testing is not always an easy thing to do for various reasons. Sometimes you test websites, you have to create new websites to A/B test traffic, you have to create whole new frameworks and methods of doing things. So we've got our work cut out for us. But even that said, I want you to leave this session more willing to challenge and test your own knowledge when optimizing and working in the future, and maybe even change some of your own workflows around some of the ideas and approaches that I'm going to talk about. Now, one of the main things that inhibits kind of testing in this space is quite often a fear of asking what I call dumb sounding questions. And that's not necessarily always fair, in that, you know, I would argue that there's no such thing as a dumb sounding question in SEO, because fundamentally so much of what we do is shrouded in kind of mystery, or at least, you know, unknowns. And if I can kind of pick some of the phrases, some of the feedback that myself and my colleague Simon have received in the past through some of the testing that we've done, it spells out, you know, why people have this fear. You know, statements like, I knew that 5 years ago, which isn't very helpful. It kind of makes the assumption that just because someone knew it way back when, it's no point revisiting it now. Or maybe other phrases like, everyone that should know that. I kind of refute that there's any real major parts of an SEO that everyone should know. There are kind of core tenets, but to assume that something's written and accepted universally across the space is a problematic one. Statements like, it's obvious, you know, you're talking about X element, it's obvious to us that that's the case. Well, sometimes you need to test something in order to validate whether what people think is obvious is actually correct or not. And that's going to be the angle that I go on. But one more piece of feedback that I've received, it's probably one of my favorite quote unquote pieces in the last couple of years, was just the feedback, bad test, which was thoroughly unhelpful. And you know, it's easy to see how people can get despondent and not do this stuff if this is the kind of thing that they experience when they put themselves out on a limb, which is ultimately what I'm doing today in part. You know, I might unearth or share some of my own kind of lacks of knowledge or potential ignorance or unknown elements, but I do that in good faith, that I want to make myself better, and I hope everyone else shares in that too. Don't be afraid of this. As a whole, and I know sometimes some elements of Twitter can be quite a hostile place, and you know, I've shared some examples of you know, unhelpful and damaging feedback, but this has not been the norm over the last, well, crikey, 10 years or so that I've been doing this. By and large, we are a very open and sharing space, and everybody needs to just kind of roll with it. And there's just not that these outliers don't ultimately restrict and rule what we do, we shouldn't do. Now, once we kind of get past that hurdle and we think about, well, how do we make this easier? We do have the tools at hand to start testing and validating our approaches more so than we ever have done before. The kind of the suite of cloud tools, of, you know, really cool stuff that Cloudflare and similar can afford. Things that weren't possible to test, you know, a year ago, are very much scalable and doable now. So this is the time to embrace that. And if you've been doing this for a couple of years and you've written off tasks and questions as, well, I don't know, we can't test and check that, we probably can now, and you should really kind of look into that. And the fundamental thing is, what this kind of testing and validation process gives us the ability to do is just level up our overall knowledge. And because we tend to share as an industry quite a lot anyway, we bring everyone else along for the ride with us too. Well, that is my hope, even if that sounds a little naive, but I hope that everyone proves me wrong. Now, obviously me sort of framing this test with that. The test that I was looking to run is with OnCrawl. As I mentioned, I'm an ambassador for them. I've been using the platform for about 18 months. And it's something that it's a cloud crawler that works really well. I've had a lot of good experiences, but one of the things that I wanted to look at here is how their in-rank score, their proxy for PageRank essentially, measures the flow of value between pages, and more importantly, what experiments with internal linking can show us, i.e. what's the perceived impact of making certain changes. And fundamentally, I wanted to get a better understanding of what changes to internal linking structures do before we deploy them, or at least gain an idea in what the impact could there be. Okay, but the key one is I want to share with you my methodologies, share with you some of my findings, and hopefully inspire you to try something similar, or at least think differently the next time some of these questions arise. Now, really, really quickly, in-rank is OnCrawl's metric that is effectively, as I said, a proxy of PageRank. You know, the 0 to 10 scale is still there. What I would say, and this is a kind of a big caveat and health warning, it is not PageRank as Google uses it now, or it might not be. The problem is we don't know fundamentally. So to what degree this maps exactly what happens out in the world is still a little bit unknown. But having used and worked with this measure since the start of the year, or the most updated iteration of it since the start of the year, I'm happy from what I can see so far, and it seems to tally with what I would anticipate or expect. But just to kind of keep everybody aware, I'm not kind of, saying that this is what happens to PageRank out in the world. And if I do, it's probably by accident. It's not intentional. This is about in rank. Okay, health warning over. So as I mentioned before, I wanted to test things before they went to deployment. That's the kind of the approach. Now, this was all done in a kind of a sort of a lab environment, as it were. This wasn't done on a real test we were looking to push. I created a test site for the purposes of this. And this is it. This is it's fairly uninspiring blog theme, but I had permission to scrape and lift the content from an industry site and recreate a version of that within a WordPress environment so I could run these tests. Now, there were just under 4,000 posts by 146 authors across for the test site, 4 categories. And an important thing to note here, it's not written on the screen, is this content was posted well over 10 years in time. So we're talking about a very kind of deep site in quite a narrow category structure, which some of you may already be starting to think, well, there are going to be some inherent issues in that. And we will come up across some of those later when we talk about some of the potential changes. But that's just to give you an idea of what's there. I've kept things as simple as I can for this. The main menu is the menu that you see there, broadly speaking. Homepage and the control just had the first 4 top level categories, and it was a universal navigation element. And the sidebar nav was near enough standard WordPress, minus the admin links, had related posts, and to start with, the categories we were using. We did introduce other elements into this as part of the tests, notably date taxonomies, but again, fairly standard fare. And just a kind of sense of completeness, skipped ahead. Here are the other elements of linking, major linking. We had the breadcrumb. We also had category links above post titles. That was just built into the theme that we used. Not necessarily something I would recommend, incidentally, but that was our control that we set. And the footer had virtually nothing in it, and we left that clear intentionally. Now, crucial point to remember before we go anything else is I added no robots or crawling control or any form on the site. I didn't want that to muddy the waters. Would have been really interested to test it, but it was out of the scope of this study as it stood. So, I'm just changing internal linking elements for now. So before I rattle into the results, I want to sort of pose the question, sitting there, people watching this, what would you have optimized for the site? Now, almost certainly I can guarantee that if not one person has thought this, I'd be disappointed, but it depends. Because it does depend. And actually, this is kind of a complex issue, but we all have to go out on a limb sometimes. And based on the information I've given you, sometimes you still start to have to begin this process. So I'm going to go out on a limb and I'll say, well, if I was faced with this, what would I do? I would have done these things. I would have added related posts to the bottom of the blogs because my version, my kind of sandbox environment did not have that. I would have certainly added more categories because I didn't feel like there were enough there. But also the breadth, the depth of the content in terms of the age, I would have added date, categories, taxonomy pages into there. But actually, I'm not a huge fan of tags because I don't tend to see them done well. Some of you out there may have said, no, I wouldn't have ignored tags. I'd have done differently. Fair cop. That may have, but for this is what I would have done. And we will revisit this later after I've gone through the results to see how well or not I would have fared had I not tested. Cool. So the tests we ran, well, the first one was the control, just to work out, okay, what is the sort of the base level flow of internal linking. Then we added 6 related posts to each post. There's a 3,600 of them. We used a widget that did this intelligently, so all the related posts were related to the content of that post, just to let you know. Then another test was adding date archives. So we're talking about over 120 new pages to help kind of classify and sort our dates. We tried to test removing the breadcrumb because part of me wanted to work out, well, actually, what's the breadcrumbs use within this set of parameters. And then we talked about adding tags to try and classify that. We added 11 different tags, and then we added subcategories. So we added to the categories that were already there and added 11 additional. And then why not? We added all of the internal linking elements together. So tests 2 through 6, we did all of them except obviously we kept the breadcrumb. So that was the all in. If we just do everything, what would have happened? So we'll go and look at those. Now, one of the toughest parts of this actually is the process around doing it, because it's not that simple. And I'm making the assumption that for anyone to really start doing this in any meaningful way, you need to have some understanding around websites and potentially, you know, for this instance, just, you know, how do you chuck up your own WordPress website quickly and easily? So there is that as a prerequisite. And, you know, it doesn't matter if your site is on the same platform as the site you're testing for necessarily, as long as the kind of the internal linking elements marry up and match up. And that's actually easier to do than you think. It certainly doesn't need to look pretty, so don't worry. So the process, first, the initial crawl the site, let's get our control test in there. Then we make the first change. Then we crawl the site again, we try and register the sort of metrics for that change. Then we reset and we make another change, and then we repeat until done throughout all of the tests. And believe you me, you need to be patient for this. The key thing is that we wanted to capture all of the crawl data for each one of these crawls. We wanted to have them all stored within OnCrawl. And then there were certain degrees of analysis we could do within the platform, but then I pulled down the data and did the rest offline so I could start to bring together all of the findings. And it's not necessarily easy. I would suggest if you're doing this out in the wild and you're actually testing this, I was putting tests in because I felt I wanted to check that. I mean, if you're really just validating an approach, only test for actually what you're trying for, just to kind of speed things up. So some other tips. So write everything down. You know, your crawl setup, your categories, your tags, your plugin settings, whatever it is, because sometimes these tests can take place over a fairly long period of time. And if you forget some of the key parameters, you will potentially make your further tests harder, because you'll be unsure about, well, am I testing, you know, am I controlling for the variables as best I can? And to help you with that, you take database backups off and take code backups off. And if you mess up the site, I mean, essentially what I'm saying is I did this without planning it as well as I maybe could have or would have had I done it again. And if I'd have done this list of elements, if I'd have taken backups of databases and code bases, etc., a lot of the mistakes and errors I made would have been recoverable far, far quicker. So just run through this kind of process just to give yourself the chance you have to complete the process properly. But the other key thing is you need to ensure that Googlebot cannot crawl your site while you're doing this. As I mentioned before, I took a crawl of a live site that's ranking and has a commercial element behind it. If that would have been indexed, or sorry, the test site would have been indexed, that would have been a problem. Now, the other hint I did for an extra degree of security, I used Cloudflare's own firewall to block Googlebot or anyone that didn't have a user agent with a specific string in it. Now, in the example in the image, I've just used my name, but this data can be fed into OnCrawl and other crawlers. So, Cloudflare will only let people accessing the website with the right user agent. So again, if you're really worried about security and you don't want to get into messing around with other kind of more intricate elements, Cloudflare's firewall can help well. Just be aware that if you configure this wrong, you can block other websites. So, word to the wise, make sure you know what you're checking. Right, so that's enough of me prattling on about the setup. Let's talk about the results. I'm going to take a cherry pick and skim the top level of these, but we'll just give you a feel for what we saw in the analysis. So the first thing I looked at was the average in rank by page level. So on average, does changing the internal linking elements mean that those pages at any given level are stronger? And how does that fare, and what's the distribution of that? So here you can see here I've plotted all of the tests side by side. First thing that's a bit of a standout, despite my slightly suspect choice of color palette, is this particular test here, which was the date sidebar, was the significant underperformer of all of them. And if you remember, that's me adding, the sort of month pages for every month of every year that content has been published on within that sidebar. That has quite a significant negative impact on the average in rank by page level overall, and that's quite obvious. Everything else, broadly speaking, the groupings in the average in rank per level was similar, but we noticed that the all test at page level 3, that starts to drop off, and we'll kind of talk about that relationship later on. But key ones, we have a standout underperformer already within this view. And the next level, so when we're talking about internal linking and changes, one of the things that I want to look at is not just the in rank per page level, but also the page depth, because I think having pages closer through obviously is stronger and worth considering, and it is a good thing to kind of optimize and think about doing. So we also looked at, well, how did these tests relate in that regard? And we had 3 tests that did significantly better at bringing pages closer to the root. The related posts, the date sidebar, and then the everything test. And you'll see the everything test cropping up a lot here because it makes sense that anything that happens that changes any elements at a large degree will probably also happen to test everything, test 7. So we might start to disregard that later on. Now, the really important thing to note, for every other test, 90% of the content was still more than 5 levels deep. And let's make the assumption that we want these pages to have the ability to rank well. That still feels too deep. So, you know, there's a balancing act that we need to play here. And we're looking at this trade-off between how quickly a search engine user can access a page versus how much value is then passed to that page. And then if we look at another dimensional way of viewing this, we just looked at the median in rank and page depth and how they actually correlated. And again, it makes a balanced view of how do we optimize these together. Now, really interestingly, for this one, the date sidebar actually did the best job at reducing page depth on average, which is, you know, pretty significantly, especially against the control. But actually, it's also, if you see the date sidebar also had the worst or the most negative impact to the actual average in rank per page. So whilst we did a great job at bringing pages closer to the root of the website, it didn't do that good a job. In fact, it did a really poor job at maintaining the level of in-rank flowing to those pages. So effectively, we've created a load more kind of pages or content that's diluted the overall flow. On the opposite, if we look at the top performer at this level, the related posts, well, it increased the median page depth quite well, not the highest performing, it fell behind the date sidebar, but also the median in rank to those pages was the highest. So you can see that as a change goes, I would err on the side of that change if I wanted to optimize the internal linking within that way. Now, if we look at those two tests together side by side in a bit more detail, seeing, you know, actually what's the in rank per page level, this is the two tests overlaid. But if we break it down and say, well, this is the date sidebar, and you see the lines on the screen kind of give you a bit of an idea of, you know, where I want you to focus our attention now. So page depth level 2, we can see the spread of in rank from 10 through to just under 2. That's a really big spread there. So, you know, some of these pages that are really easily accessible are, you know, still don't have a lot of in rank. Whereas, you know, you look to page 3, we can see that, you know, that cluster is much kind of tighter, but it's significantly lower and it's dropped off quite quickly. Then level 4 and level 5 and 6, etc. You know, the in rank per page depth drops off to almost nothing, you know, from page level 4 onwards. We compare that to our related tests post, and what that then does is immediately you can see, if I switch back and forward a few times, you know, related posts had a higher in rank level overall. But more importantly, if I superimpose these blue arrows, the lowest point of average in rank for page level 2 on the related test post is still far higher than it was for the date sidebar post. So these groupings are tighter and they're higher, and the limits are better. So we're seeing that overall, whatever way we want to slice this, the related posts seem to give a more positive impact overall. And this sharp drop off of average in rank per level is far slower. So we're still conveying more and more value to, you know, page depths 4, 5, 6, etc. than we were. So it just gives you an idea of this is a much more healthier kind of test in terms of the parameters that we're setting. Yeah, so it's just a kind of caution with elements of this is don't look necessarily at totals, look at averages and start breaking the averages down by section, because again, large sites like this, some of the key findings may be hidden or made murky by not looking specifically enough. And in that vein, in that kind of, let's dig down into category pages to start with. Now, category page tests were, broadly speaking, disappointing or uneventful, I guess, relative to what I'd anticipated or hoped for, maybe. So if we look at the percentage difference from control of in rank, we can see that, well, the date sidebar and the all were the significant underperformance. You know, they had the greatest deviation. But then if we look at the subcategories, they did reasonably well. And then, rather perplexingly, removing the breadcrumb seemed to have a positive impact, albeit a small one. And I don't have an answer for that ultimately, and I wish I did, but that's still something that we're kind of working on looking into, because again, it's just getting an idea of, okay, well, what's actually regulating that? But again, when you look at that previous slide and you see how many of these tests fall into negative difference from control, is additional linking bad for categories? And that's a difficult question to answer, but if we start looking at average differences, mean and modal, well, at an actual page by page level, the differences aren't that great. Even the worst performing, which is the date sidebar, was still -4%, which isn't a lot in the grand scheme of things. But if we look at the greatest improvement, which is without breadcrumb, which was roughly near 2%, again, that's still not a massive improvement. So for the purpose of this, I'd say this is fairly inconclusive. It doesn't seem to cause a significant issue, but it doesn't cause enough of a benefit that I'd be running to change it either. And again, I don't understand why removing breadcrumbs had a positive impact here, and I'm certainly not recommending that we do that, so treat with care. What's the impact on posts then? So keep moving on. So we'll return to in rank and page depth on the same graph for comparison. Well, posts are 3/5 of the site content here, so whatever happens in posts is going to drive the overall site averages quite a lot. But this data is slightly different from the graph that we saw earlier, in that related posts shine even sort of brighter with regards to the level of median in rank per post relative to everything else. So not only did we significantly reduce the average page depth relative to the control and most of the other tests, but we also increased the in rank to each of them, more so than any, which is quite strong. It's quite a significant difference here, I believe. Now, by contrast, the date sidebar, whilst it did do the best job at reducing the median page depth, the detriment to median in rank was far higher than before. And one of the theories behind this, and it's something that I still need to investigate further, is whether creating far more taxonomy pages, again, we're just diluting the site. We're creating more pages to list content for more pages, and it's clearly, that's stealing focus away from the most important things on the site, which is the posts, not the taxonomies themselves. Oh yeah, and I had a little bit of fun kind of labeling the winner and the loser here with emojis, but you can clearly see in this scenario which one I favored. Okay, so some closing thoughts, and as I said, I skimmed through a lot of the findings in quite mainly not to bore you all to death, but there's an ebook out in the world for that, and if anyone wants to talk to me more about the tests themselves, please do. I would encourage it. But let's return to this original criteria before. So what would I have done? I would have added related posts. Well, I'm going to give myself a tick for that, because that seems to be probably one of the best performing tests out of the lot. So good start. I would have added more categories. Now that added a slight, ever so slight negative impact, so much so that I didn't feel like I could award myself a tick for that being the right thing to do. I added date taxonomies, which again was, looking at the tests, probably one of the worst things we could have done within this sphere. So that's a big nope. And I ignored tags, which I can kind of give myself a flimsy tick for, because the tags didn't really confer a lot of benefit in this test. So broadly speaking, we're looking at a 50-50 split here in terms of what I got right versus what I got wrong, except that what I got wrong, adding these date taxonomy in the way that I did, probably would have wiped out any real benefit that the good stuff would have conferred. So coming back to my statement right at the beginning, changes we make in good faith can often do more harm than good. There is a potential that my approach to this, or certainly my kind of going out on a limb here, would have been a bad thing. So, and everyone needs this wake up call occasionally, because sometimes we don't know as much as we think we do. Now, to be fair to myself, and actually how I implemented some of these things, some of the elements probably would have done better with better planning. And I say probably, they almost certainly would have. And there were other issues with the site and the structure and the template that again could have helped, but those were constant across all of the tests. So we could have done more and better with it. In particular, categories, they are hugely important, and so are tags. So they can have positive impacts beyond just measuring for what we were measuring for in this test. And we could have actually built the category and tag structures better and had better categorization and to really leverage some of that internal linking flow. And equally, for a site this deep with 10 years worth of content, we need some kind of data archive system. So something maybe more sophisticated may have been useful here, rather than just out of the box WordPress. And I'm certainly not saying ignore data archives in the future. Just think of a better way to introduce them. And of course, I've still missed all of the other things that I didn't test. I didn't test the impact of robots.txt directives or contextual linking additions, or what happens with canonical tags or no follows or even redirects. All of these elements actually on a day-to-day SEO perspective, what impacts your site performance, this stuff is all really, really, really important too. I've only really checked one dimension of the overall mix. And that's without saying that I need another blog. What happens when we look at e-commerce too? I'd say there's some probably really, really, really interesting stuff that we could experiment there. And it's something that I'm actually planning of running in the very near future, just because I want to see what happens. So key thing is go out and test it. Create a basic proxy for a website you're working on and check for relative change to what is there already. See if you can get an idea of your internal linking changes or architectural changes or whatever changes you're planning. What impact do they have in a lab environment, in a lab situation? Use on crawl, or there are plenty of other crawling platforms out there that can do similar. So I would just urge you to get that testing mindset and go do it. And what I've been talking about today, these aren't rules. They're not necessarily really even recommendations. These are just food for thought. And the answer is it does really depend. Just because I've pointed out that certain things worked really badly in this scenario doesn't necessarily mean it will be for you. This is for the site that I'm working on today. So please keep that in mind. And my final thoughts really is, be excellent to each other. And to all you still out there, thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your presentation. Really great.
You're welcome.
And
thank you.
Thank you also to all of our panelists today for your time and for your talks. And as mentioned before, we will be now taking an hour break. So get your dinners or breakfast, whatever time zone you're in at the moment. And Dan will be back at 6:30 UK time with the second part of our conference, and you can expect presentation talks from Heba Said, Amy Toman, Luke Davis, Patrick Stox, and Bill Slawski. So we hope to see you back then in an hour. Thank you very much. Speak to you later.
Good evening.
Hello.
Welcome to the second session of VirtuaCon 3. We've already had a great first session hosted by my colleague Annija, and now she's gone for the weekend. So what we have in store for session 2 coming up, we have talks from 5 great SEOs, these being Heba Said, kicking things off in a few moments, followed by Amy Toman of Digital Law Marketing, Luke Davis of Azuma, Patrick Stox of Ahrefs, whatever your preferences of pronouncing it, and then finishing off the night, Bill Slawski of GoFish Digital. All talks will be recorded and will be published over YouTube over the coming days, potentially a couple of weeks, as anyone who's processed YouTube videos before knows they can take a while. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Heba, who will be talking about content reoptimization. Good evening, Heba.
Hi, how are you, Dan? Good evening.
Good evening, I'm doing well, thank you. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me today. Let me share my presentation in a minute. Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, can see it perfect, Heba.
Okay. Today I'm going to talk about content reoptimization. First, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Heba Said. I've been working in SEO for 5 years now in different markets like USA and Canada. It all started by coincidence with me. So I had a remote job, and then by self-studying and testing, here I am now. So let's start. My point of discussion today is about content importance, content optimization and keyword research, improved readability, and hunt for featured snippets. We all remember this. We always remember since first day we started to work with SEO, we learned that content is the king. But now you should remember this too. We remember that words are very important in digital marketing markets. as without words we can't sell a thing. And we can't lose track of the eat. When Google started to teach us about it in their guidelines, about expertise, assertiveness, and trustworthiness. So if you're working with your money, your health niche, you need to work out your eat grade. You need to make sure that whoever is writing your content is as an expertise, he has the authority and the trust to write this content. So why is content is very important for me? I learned that content is the only possible way to drive organic traffic to my site. And it also drives people to know my brand. And this is where I build my brand awareness. I educate my potential customers about this service, and they might be or become a future lead to my customer. The only way that you can get links and authority is by your content. So this is what friend once said, that content that is 10 times better is the only way that get you into the result of a given search or keyword. Now, what can I do? I go to my 10 best content that I have on my website already. It's already performing well, already getting me traffic. And now it's time to make it 10 times better. Look how can that affect your site before optimizing and after re-optimizing. The first thing I do, I go through my keyword research once again. So I check my GSC queries. I check SERP for related search people also ask. I check tools that picking organic traffic for my content, like SEMrush, Ahrefs. And also I check SERP for my top 3 competitors and check their organic keywords. And then I use my Google Natural Language API tool to check any missing entities. I'll go through each point alone and tell you how I do this. So first, I go to my Google Search Console. It's a free tool and we all use it. I check for one of my top blog and see the queries that I have that are very high impression, but low position. And I work through them and I see how can I make them better, rank better, and get me better clicks. So people also ask has increased by 136% since August 2018. That means we need to use this as a resource for our content and we can't ignore it. People also ask you can use them in your content or you can make an FAQ and use them as a schema markup. This will gain you position in people also ask, and you also can have a featured snippet or FAQ a snippet like you see below. Pro tip, people also ask is very important, but you can also use tools like alsoask.com for more questions, ideas. These questions you can use in your content or for re-optimizing a current content you have. Also try scrapping the search engine people also ask via Screaming Frog. It's a know-how thing that you can scrap these. People also ask questions in Screaming Frog, and you can get it like this, and then you can export them into a Google Sheet and try to use these questions into your benefit and edit your own content or write a new content for a question that you find very interesting for your users. I also use Ahrefs organic keywords. So I add my website here or my blog here, and I see the organic keyword that Google found in my content. I check for high volume and long tail keywords that might be useful to use in my content again, or to concentrate in this long tail keyword so I can get the best of it. I also go for a search engine result page and I pick 3 of my top competitors for check their organic keywords. Use your common sense. Check their title. They might be using some primary keyword that you didn't think of. Check their description and content and see if you missed any obvious point. Ahrefs, when check my top pages, get their organic keywords. So here, Ahrefs is getting me their organic keywords. Also, I might find diamond entity or keyword that I've been missing. They are using here a primary keyword that I didn't think of. It actually got high volume and maybe low in the competitor analysis. So I might use this keyword or their organic keywords and see how can I use them in my own content. I go for SEMrush tool and I use their SEO content template. Here you can add your primary keyword or many keywords as long as you like. And you create an SEO template. But I don't use that template. I actually use the real-time content check, where I can here put my own content and check how is my readability and SEO and tone of voice is. So SEMrush is giving me some recommendation if I'm missing any keyword that he thinks is related to my content that I missed before. But I don't use them on my own content only. I actually use them on my competitor content too. So I add the content of my competitor into this box, and then I see their readability, their SEO, their tone of voice, and I compare them to mine and see how can I fix mine and make it 10 times better. So I go to Google Natural Language API tool. It's not a free tool, but I actually use the demo. It's very interesting to use to check how the machine are reading your content and how it divided into entities that you might use later on as a keyword. So my step one is to add the content of you or your competitors into this box and then analyze. This is how Google is reading my content. This is how a machine is reading your content. It divides each and every keyword into their own entity. So if I'm talking about Google here, he divided it into an organization, a location, a consumer good, person, and so on. So when you're writing your content, make sure to check this. See if you're talking about the same point that the machine learning is picking from your competitor. If my competitor is writing about Google and he mentioned the address and the consumer good, which is Android, I guess it's very important for me to mention them as well in my content. So now what? After I collected all these ideas, I start to edit my own content again. I change my title if I have to. I may even edit my primary keyword. I change the description and add more organic keywords or entities from what I already discovered. I add headings to my content or fix them. I add alt tags using these keywords or long tail keywords that I discovered. I add new paragraphs to talk about in depth if I'm missing something in the first time. Not only that, I need to make sure that I improve my readability. Well, now we read our visitors. We need them to read our beautiful content easily. Make sure that 60% of your visitors are only skimming your content and only 10 to 20% readers make it to the end of the content. Like this analysis I got from Google. So you make sure that your content is really good to skim, not to read actually. So write smaller paragraphs and sentences. Make sure that you increase your white spaces in the content. You add images, videos, visuals, because people are skimming. They are not reading. They want to get to the information they are searching for. Cut content into headings. Add bullets or lists. Add bold text to make important notes easier to read. Add table if appropriate. This is my case study here. This is a content that I used to work with, the same content that I showed you the analytics in the first slide. And this is how I fixed a little and added some keywords and added some bullets. And as you can hear, I added even a table of contents here. This is how I realized it needed to be edited. When I saw that people also asked questions, that people want to go forward with this point and that point, and I start to edit my content. So this is before my optimization. I was getting 2,000 session, organic session. And this is how it performed after optimizing. I actually started getting above 5,000 session. Also here, Alida Solis, just a couple of weeks ago, she updated a tweet and said that she updated a content of hers and added a few notes about coronavirus impact in her page and added an FAQ page schema. And this is how it performed after she edited her content. That means that it's working. You can add a small piece of information, but it can affect your traffic like more than 50%. And this is what happened to me. I gained like 54% after re-optimizing just one content. So how do I hunt for feature snippet? After I re-optimize my content, I start getting feature snippet, and this is how I concentrated more on gaining more feature snippet. 12% of the search results have featured snippet. That's like 40 million queries. I'm sure you have a couple of queries that you can gain feature snippet from. Easy, as 1, 2, 3. Actually, you check your Google Search Console and export your top 10 position keywords. Upload them to any tool like SEMrush or Ahrefs as they divide these organic keywords and let you know which one of them you are featured on and which one that you can featured on because your competitors are. And here you can concentrate well and say, yes, I can do this. I can simplify this paragraph and make it from 50 characters that can be gained as answer box. I can add a table here, which is possible, and I can add some keywords and add some headings that explaining the data inside that will gain you a table featured snippet. I can even divide these big paragraph into bullets and steps, which is possible. And this is how I can gain some know-how on how to add the structured data schema. I can add answer to questions that you find in your keyword research from people also ask. And this is how I get my bonus and gain a featured snippet. This is an answer box. This is a feature snippet, sorry. This is an answer box. I gained a table. I gained an image feature snippet. I even gained bullets and steps feature snippet. So I know I've gone so fast, so please guys, if you have any question, I have some time for it.
No, it's a great presentation. Thank you, Heba. I actually had a great question from a chat from Jeannie Hill. Sorry, Jeannie, if I pronounced that wrong. It's not a name I'm familiar with in the UK. They've asked, have you got any suggestions for how to convince doctors and physicians who insist on writing their own website content, but given they're obviously doctors and physicians, they're writing more at a scholar level as opposed to a average Joe consumer level?
So they are writing their own content, which is good, I guess, because that's an eat, but you need to optimize it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Have you got any suggestions on how Jeannie potentially approach it to obviously keep the high ease and keep the high scholar level element of content, but I guess it's making it more accessible because obviously we use different phrases, terminology for certain wards on hospitals, certain treatments, etc., compared to what a physician would.
I understand. I guess the niche differs. You need to check how your competitors are doing it, actually. because I guess terminologies and these things, people are also using them in their search. So people are like using them the same terminology. So you have to work on the same terminology. I'm not sure I get what his question is, but if it's that, I guess. So I don't think he need to edit anything the doctor are saying. He just need to edit maybe the readability. He may ask the doctors if they can talk about this or that because he find people are searching for it. This is something else.
Okay, so the takeaways are to approach the doctors around this ban for Genie would be to look at what your competition are currently doing, how they're ranking for certain keywords, especially the keywords they want to, and then rather than detract from a scroller level, but make it more readable, add levels of almost more accessible content to it and blend it together. Would that be a fair statement?
I guess yes. And you need to make sure that you have the bigger hand here. Whatever the doctor are writing, you're the one who's like making them appear to people. So you need to have your own words, you need to have your own plan. You can even have your own content marketing plan that you're saying you need to write about this or that, because they don't know anything. You just write what they studied at the universities. They write some case studies that they managed to do. So I guess you have to have the upper hand here.
Okay, no, that's a good takeaway. I mean, so another question I've had, Jeannie says that's sort of been the argument, how they want to build their personal brand with a do not touch approach. So yeah, that kind of covers it over that. I think potentially, Jeannie, the way, I mean, I've approached this in the past, and I'm sure Heba has with other clients, is you can have a high level scholarly content, but then you can also break down other landing pages which use synonyms and slightly other areas, so they still get their high authority brand, their name is still against high scholarly articles, but then the actual content for the users with more persuasive language, if you like, for sales, with more accessible keywords that lives in a slightly separate area. But then, so another question I've got, Heba, just from something I've had DM me on Twitter. So with this content approach and of looking in emerging, like, so looking for various tools using, people also ask, how do you approach producing content and on optimizing content for very early emerging sort of trends and emerging technologies? So things that people don't traditionally search for at the moment, there's not that much historical data because it's very much a new trend, new phrases. How do you go around that?
They have new phrases, new keywords, you mean?
Yeah.
Why don't they try the Google API tool? It's very important, guys. You can know how the machine is reading it, which is very important. As for people, it's not like it doesn't have trendy keywords. You mean people are not searching for these keywords? I'm sure you can find your way around it. Make people start to know about your service. Don't like go through the service from 1 to 3. I'm going to write about the service. No, check what is around this service that people are searching for, so they can know that you're writing about this. Sometimes you're writing about something very complicated, so you need to find an easy way to get to your user at first, and then start to write the complicated terms or the complicated content that you need. This is my point of view of the thing, because I know sometimes some niches are very, very hard to find impressions or like volume, high volume. And I want to just make something very clear. High volume keywords are not the best. Sometimes their conversion rate is 0. So don't work your way through it. Just see how the people are getting into your website and use it. Even if it's like from 1 to 10 volume, it's very important. If these 10, 5 of them are converting into your customer, this is very important for your customer.
Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much for your time, Heba. I appreciate obviously going under 10 minutes, but Amy's already waiting in the wings, so I'm sure we can stretch out. But thank you very much for being a part of the conference and choosing us for your first talk, obviously. Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan, for having me. If anyone have any question, I'm open to answer anything. Just follow me on Twitter or LinkedIn.
Sounds great. Thank you, Heba.
Thank you. Bye, Dan.
Bye now. So next up on VirtuaCon, the second session, we have Amy Toman, who I am just promoting into a chat now. Now, I had the privilege of meeting Amy last November at the New York SEO meetup that I ran, and she's doing me the privilege now of giving up some of her time to speak now. So how are you doing, Amy, and how's the weather?
I'm approaching. Oops, hold on.
Oh. You there, Amy?
Hi, we're doing well. We have a tropical storm that's coming in. It's okay now, but it was a little dicey about an hour ago. So but it's fun. I love storms.
No worries. Well, we'll understand if midway through the talk the power goes or something like that. But hopefully we'll have you, and for not just the next half hour, but for a lot longer. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. As Dan said, I'm Amy Toman. I am going to talk today about Google My Business optimization for small and medium-sized businesses. Sorry, my brain is a little fuzzy here. Just give you a little idea about me. I am a SEO analyst with digital law marketing, and absolutely have an amazing team, get lots of good results. And I also am the founder, my side gig, I also am the founder of Pet Sitter SEO. I do SEO audits and Google My Business action plans for pet sitters, dog walkers, groomers, lots of small businesses, lots of kind of tangential industries as well. I've been doing SEO for about 5 years, a little bit more than that. I love working with really small businesses because it's where I started. So I have a lot of, I guess, sympathy for really small businesses and their interactions online, trying to get visibility. Obviously, when I work in the legal space, I think everybody has a better idea of that. A lot of times those businesses hire digital marketing companies. It's within their business plan, and they have the budget for it. I've been doing that during the day. In the evening, on the weekend, I work for businesses that have different structures. I primarily work with on the weekends, small and medium-sized businesses under 50 people in their staff. And according to a recent study done by the Pet Sitters International, which is an international organization of people who provide pet care, and this pertains only to the US, 85% of their members are female, which I agree with all of these because they come to me for help. 50% are sole proprietors, and the average age is 54. So,
Amy.
But I'm dealing with people who are mostly, I guess the best way to say it is they're not exactly marketers. So now, can you see my screen right now?
I was going to say, Amy, no, your screen hasn't shared.
Let's see. Hold on. Boom. Hey, how's that?
There we go. Yeah, I think it shared my side, but I don't think any of it shared for the deck for the actual live chat. So no one's seen anything till now.
Well, there you go. This was my cover page, and this is just a little about me. And this is talking a little bit about the people who I work with in my side gig. So I kind of see both sides. I see the larger budget, larger efforts, and I see smaller budgets with people mostly working for themselves. What I'm going to talk about today is two things. First of all, that why small, medium businesses have a hard time with Google My Business listings. And then once they get started, what they should actually be doing to optimize their listings and use them in a more effective way to get visibility to their businesses. Just one slide on my thoughts on this. That Google My Business listings are not really intuitive, and because of that, they can be difficult for small businesses to work with. Some of them don't know that they can create Google My Business listings. Some of them then later find, when I go in and talk with them and I say, well, you've got 3, they don't know where the others came from everything from prior employees to telling me that Google created it. So I'm often dealing with a lot of fog. The verification process is getting a little bit better. But again, a lot of times the information that's out there when they ask a peer is really not clear. And I just wish that some of the information was just, Google is a little bit more obvious about how to do things. Because, I spoke with a woman who runs a barbershop. She had no idea what I was talking about when I said something to her about her Google listing. So we're getting to that point now where people are understanding them more, but they still don't necessarily. I wish that there was a little bit more of a clear path for them to get the information they need. So once they get their listing set up, small medium businesses, you have to work on optimizing the most efficient elements. Like they have to spend their time wisely. So these are the things that I think are the most important and also the quick wins. The first is listing title. It needs to be your registered business name. In the US, those business names are almost uniformly registered with your state and the state Secretary of State. Business registry or business lookup, or I think in Texas it's taxable entities. And because then it can be looked up easily, people can Google it, people can see it. So that's good and that's bad, but you need to have that listing exactly the same way. So it needs to, it cannot have any geographical or service modifiers. You cannot add the location where you operate or where you wish to operate. You cannot put in the services you provide. If your listing gets flagged for this, it won't get suspended, except if you continually, say it gets changed by Google and you go back and you change it back to whatever you had before. If you do that continually, it can lead to a suspension. So you have to be really, really careful about your name. To start out with, first most important issue, make sure your name is registered and it appears the way it does in these registries. Don't use spammy terms in the titles. The things I'm looking at specifically are here, I would say Tranquility, which I think is the location, and then it has her services, their services. So you'd think at the outset, don't do that, except, volume is down, unless they're in your legal business name. This business is actually registered exactly that way, which is excellent for them. I have come up with so many of those, and I was so proud of them because they did realize what was most important and what would help them out. But again, don't use those terms unless they are registered. This actually was seen, I think it's in Colorado. The next most important element is your address. And here we have a little bit of a fork in the road because there are 2 different categories of address. There's bricks and mortar, which are offices where people can walk into them and get a service, okay, like real estate office, for example, okay, or a bakery or a pizzeria, something like that. Those offices, the way they have to be legit, the address. And the address, to say legit, means it has to be open during the stated hours. Clients can walk on in and get service. It has to be staffed by an employee of your business during those hours. And there has to be visible company signage. When I say that, if there's not, say, a sign outside, maybe if you're located, say, in an indoor space like a mall, you would have sign outside your door or immediately inside your space. I usually, when I get businesses who ask me to audit them, I for the most part, sorry if anyone's listening, I don't usually believe you in terms of your name or your address, because I know that there's so much misinformation out there as to what can be used. So I go in and I take their address, I copy their address and I paste it into search, and I take out the modifiers like suite numbers or apartments. Goodness sakes, because you can't actually use a residential address either, but that's another issue. Right now, when I check the client addresses, this is what I make sure they are not using. They cannot, for a bricks and mortar address, the address cannot show up as a shared or co-working space, cannot be a virtual mailbox place, store, and it cannot be a cornfield, a highway, public library, a lake, the ocean. I've seen all of these, and it's sad because I have this feeling that they didn't expect it to be there. But, it happens, and it doesn't matter if somebody else sees it and somebody reports you. Your address, an incorrect address, can get your listing suspended. And when I say suspended, meaning it will not show up. So if you look on the left, we have pampered pets and people. See the mailing address down there? When somebody writes it in that way, I have this feeling that I know that there's going to be an issue. There was. Because if you put it in a way that it's going to attract attention, somebody will just naturally look it up, and look what I found. It's a mailbox rental site, rental store. So you have to be careful. You don't want to do that. You want to use the legit address and run from there. Yeah, this is also bad. This is also bad. Having it in the middle of a lake. That may have been an issue of something else, but still. Okay. The other category of address is a service area business. Service area businesses are businesses that come to your address, like a plumber, a carpenter, a heating guy, somebody who's going to paint your house, somebody who doesn't have a showroom but brings everything to you, like maybe a carpet contractor. So those people did not need an address. They don't need an address to show, because you're not going to ever need to go to them. So those addresses, according to Google, should be hidden. Now, again, I often check all information about a business. And one of the things I do check is their services in relation to their address. Why? Because sometimes they don't realize that they do have a few services at their location that would then qualify them to show their address on Google and have a map marker. But you need to be careful. It's better to be safe than sorry with this. Like one of the things that they said, remember I said about misinformation goes around? One of the things that they have pointed out, people say to me is, I can have a Google My Business listing in all of the service areas that I go to. And I tell them you can't do that. You can only have the one for your primary address, the one that is in your registered business listing. Any other ones can get removed. So just be aware of that. If you look here, here's another example. On the left, Elasta Pet Nanny. They come to you, they walk your dog, they do dog things. They're a pet nanny. Totally cool. They show no address. But if you look on the right, YK Sitter, same services, showing the address. You have to be really careful about that. That can get you suspended. Hours, really simple. For non-SABs, it's the hour the place is open. If you go into a bakery, if you say you're open 9 to 5, you need to have your doors open from 9 to 5. For SABs, the service area businesses, when they say have their hours on there, I almost always look at the competition, because sometimes having hours a little earlier and a little later than your competition will give you a leg up. Hours can be seen as the hours they provide services or the hours that they answer the phone. So sometimes if your plumber will say that he works from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., you know that you can call during that time. You don't necessarily need to worry about, are they going to be available from that time, because, you'll work that out. So I always advise to look at competition when deciding this for SABs. I will point out that sometimes it does help. Another example of why it helps to be open later than your competition. I had a client who was located not far from an airport, major airport down in Washington, D.C. And she got a call. Oh my goodness. It was like 9:30 at night because she had changed her hours to 10 p.m. She gets a call at 9:30 at night from the airport. There was a client who had a passenger whose dog did not get on the flight. I guess they were going to Europe. They were going to, I think, either London or Paris. And the dog did not make the flight, whatever reason. She was asked to come and take the dog so it didn't have to stay overnight in, a dark area. And they were very excited to find her because she was the only one in the area who had the late hours. She came out, she took the dog, she took care of the dog, they made the arrangements. She ended up actually making extra because of the effort that she put into it, got in touch with the client, and she was overjoyed. So these are the sort of little kind of wins that you can get looking at the competition and adjusting in that way. Categories in Google My Business listings can be really frustrating. The category list is limited. Google has set it up. You have to work within their guidelines. And they're often the categories that they list are not specific to real world service names. But there's no kind of available list around. So sometimes you have to go in and just try the names. You cannot create names if you want to. And I really recommend just going in and trying it. Now, there are 1 or 2 places online that you can go in and you can type in what you're looking for, and they will try to match you up. I know there is one business that has a list, but I believe the list is a couple years old. You might want to look around for those. I just know that when you go in, just try your best or take a look at what other people are using. The primary category is the most important, but don't forget to add those secondary ones as best you can. To give you an idea of how frustrating this can be, if you look on this slide, I was trying to type in criminal defense attorney, which you would think would be kind of fairly standard. It's not. The closest they have is criminal justice attorney. I guess that's maybe a more standard term in some other areas. I know for pets, just the pet care area, it hasn't been updated in a while, and the ones that they do have are not necessarily standard terms that are used in North America. So you just have to kind of try your best on categories. But I will say, the more you add in there, the better an idea that Google has of the sort of businesses or the sort of services that you provide. So it's definitely worth it. But I will say, from research, I want to say well, I don't remember which company, but I will say that they did have research on it that said that if you have, that you don't want to add services that are too far off what you do. If you look at this, if you look at the slide, you see how they're all related to law firm and attorney services. You wouldn't want to add on the bottom of that like popcorn salesperson, because that will cause you some issues. But go in, try to get as many categories as you can that are similar to your the businesses you provide. If you're an SEO watching this, you might kind of appreciate this. I actually have one list. I have it framed in front of my desk of the categories that apply to attorneys and their services, and I have another one that applies to pet care industry. I just have them sitting up there because I know that they're the old standards. So when I go in and I audit, I look and see, do they have all the appropriate categories? You want to get them as much visibility as possible. Reviews are a big area that you can really benefit from. Other than your location, reviews are at the moment looked at as the second most important area of your Google My Business listing. It's both the number of reviews you have and the content of them. You want to get the short code that Google now offers in your Google My Business dashboard. It's in the info panel. It looks like a little @ symbol. You want to go in and create your short code, and that will make it easier to ask people to leave you positive reviews. You want the reviews, if at all possible, to mention the exact services or area that the person used you in, location or the services. If you have a special name for something, you want them to use that so Google can create that kind of that entity connection. all reviews should be responded to, not just negative ones. This is going to make you appear professional. It's going to make you appear responsive. And it also won't highlight just the negative reviews. So many businesses do that. They will leave all the reviews and they will only respond to the negative ones. And you can't do that because it does highlight that negative review. You don't think about it at the time, but it does. So if you just go in and very politely thank people, make it personalized. There are quite a few online resources to help with review management. Everything from how to ask for a review. I saw one that just came out today from, I think, Local Marketing Institute. They had an article about reviews, about how to ask for a review, how to respond to reviews, how to respond to negative reviews. That's also something that there's a little bit of a science to. But this is all something that you want to, I have a list of resources at the back that will give you an idea about this. But reviews are very important. You want to pull them in. You want people to write, not just leave stars. This, just to show you, I did this earlier. These are why reviews are a good thing. These are the listings that come up in the SERPs for top Manhattan, New York City, criminal defense attorneys. And if you'll notice, they all have 81, 76, and 78 reviews. That's what you're going to find in businesses who really put their minds to it and they really make the effort. They're going to have a good amount of reviews, and they're going to be good reviews. They're not just going to be stars. They're going to be reviews that have nice bit of content, and those are the ones that help you the most. Photos are my favorite thing in Google My Business Listings. I love looking at the business's photos. It's not only important because it shows me what to expect, say, when I get there, but it also tells me, well, the photos that are put up tell me something about how the business perceives itself and wants to be perceived. So you want to think about that, but you don't want to go nuts. Like, professional photography is beautiful and it looks really good, but it's not a necessity because in a lot of cases, the photos are going to be seen on mobile devices. They're going to be seen on small screens. So as long as they're clear, not blurry, well lit, you should be okay. The cover image is important. I always recommend a team photo, assuming there is a team. If not, just the owner. And if possible, you want them, say, in front of, say, if they have a branded vehicle, say if you have a van that has been wrapped, totally cool. Or if you just have the magnet that goes on the vehicle, make sure it's able to be seen. Or even cars, have those. If there are T-shirts or uniforms that people wear, have them in there. Staff should be smiling and should be looking businesslike. So if you're plumbers, that's okay if the guys are dressed a little casual. Guys, people, women are dressed casually. If you're doing something like dog walking, pet sitting, they're going to be dressed a little bit differently. But still, have them dressed appropriately. Everybody's smiling, hair done, all that. The reason why I bring this up is because I did have a client who approached me, and they had their photos of their pet sitters, and the three of the gentlemen, the photos were them standing against a wall. They looked like they hadn't done their hair. They weren't smiling. And they basically looked like they were just not the kind of people who you'd want in your home to pick up your pets to walk. I mentioned this to the owner. He said that his wife thought they were fine, but he was questioned. I said, if I were you, I would just get nice photos. Let's make it look like it was somebody who you would want in your home. And when he did that, everything worked out. It was great. But I'm just bringing this up because occasionally you will get photos that are kind of, and you really owe it to people to say, let's have one where they're smiling and where they're happy, whatever. Photos also should be added on a consistent basis because, and I have this at the end, the reference at the end, it has been shown that as you add photos and as you build them up in your account, there's a little higher level of interaction with your listing, of clicking to your site or making the phone call. Here's a great cover image, very friendly, very professional. These women are wearing their branded shirts. They are smiling, they're looking forward. It's for this business, it's a nice approach. It really gives you a feeling that you know who these people are and what, hopefully the atmosphere they're going to have with their business. Bricks, these are more specific recommendations. We're going back again to bricks and mortar business versus SABs. Bricks and mortar businesses should feature images of their location that basically tells you that they exist and where they are and basically how to find them, essentially. You want the exterior sign, if there is one. And once you get into the building, you want the photos of the lobby. If there is a sign, say they're on the second or third floor, you want a sign that has a photo of a sign that has their name and their suite number on it. Then you want their reception area, waiting room, working areas, any place somebody could go to take a look at things. You want to have people in the photos, but in the reception area, waiting area, you do want signage on the walls so that it is very clear that this is not, say, just done, these are not stock photos. Give you an example, law firm photos. On the left, you'll see it says a real estate agency and then a law firm, but now you know that that's where they are. The address is at the top, businesses are there. Interior photos. This shows the outside of the office. If you, the other photo that's on here actually looks to the left and shows you this door goes right outside, but this shows you exactly where these people are within that building. The one on the far right shows you the attorney. Remember I said it's nice to have people in the photos? This shows you the attorney standing outside his office and the sign is actually on the window. It's all painted on the window. So it gives it a little bit more legitimacy. SABs, the images should show the staff providing services. So if you have a plumber, you shouldn't be showing, or they should not be showing, the end result of what they did, an installed boiler or a brand new sink or a beautiful bathroom. Cool, but not the best. What you want to have is you want to have photos with them in it, providing their services, right? I always say people walking dogs, throwing a ball, doing things that show what it is that they do. If you had a plumber, you would want somebody, say, working with some tools, looking happy, looking professional, so that if you would be inclined to have them come into your home. So these are things that you want to think about. What is it that you're trying to sell here? You're not selling the products per se. You're selling people working with those products, right? Or people installing those products. Here's some good SAB photos. The one to the left, again, showing the team, showing them out. I mean, yes, they're cuddling pets, but you know what? I'd rather have somebody do that than, just ignoring my pet if I hired these people. The center is a gentleman who is a plumber, and looks like he's starting to work on something there. And then the last one is a pet care person, and she is giving medications to a pet. Again, showing all three of these are saying things without actually saying them. They're telling you things about their businesses. And that's why I say it's cool to know that they have those tools or they sell those things, or that's the end result, that's their product. But you want to actually show the humans interacting with the pets or the tools or the things somebody's trying to fix. Google My Business posts are also very helpful. They're helpful for getting your information onto Google servers, okay? They're great for coupons and specials. And they should always contain a custom image. And I always tell people too, don't forget the text, okay? The text is great, but a lot of times what people do is if they have a coupon or a special, they don't put any text under it. So I always say you have to remember to put the text. So what I usually do is we have different kinds of posts, but one of the things that I do, because I post these about 40 of these a week, is go to a page that you want to highlight. Say a business specializes in divorce. Every now and then you take information from the divorce specialty page. You take some of that text. Maybe it's just a question and answer. You take some of that and you put that in your Google My Business post with appropriate photo and a link to that page. So you're getting that information onto Google's servers so that they know more about you know more about your the business that you provide. Sometimes this information that you're putting in posts or in reviews are actually used by Google, and they'll pull out little snippets and they'll put those in the SERPs, just like little teeny quotes, like this what their website says. So you want to use text that that you're really proud of. So that's on the website, say it's on a services page, or it's in a blog post that you put up. Always want to have a photo, text, and then a link to go out. So the link to go out would either go to where they got the text or a phone call. Here's an example. This one business on the left puts an entire, well, almost entire blog post on there, and then links, to read more. And the other takes text from a business page. And I think this was, which page was that? Well, it's theft. Then the link goes to the page on which that information was contained. And we have seen this in quite a few examples where Google then takes that information and uses it to help get that business into the SERPs. So my summary is that some of this information is really hard for small businesses. It's just really not obvious for them to know about with Google My Business Listings. They know they need it, but once they don't know how to get it, and once they get it, they don't necessarily know what to do with it. So I wish Google was a little bit more transparent about these things, especially with them seeking support. Over the past 2 months, with support just pretty much being locked down, I've had several inquiries from people, and I've been able to help a few of them, but others you just kind of say you've got to wait. That's really all you can do right now. But again, it is hard because they don't know where to go. They can't talk to somebody. It gets tough, even when we're not locked down and everything. Other than that, my biggest thing is, and Mike Blumenthal said this at one point, consider Google as your homepage. If there's something there, fill it in. Look at that, optimize it, your Google My Business listing in any way you possibly can, and just let the world know who you are, what you do. It should be positive, it should be friendly, the whole drill. And that's it. If you have any questions, feel free to send me a message. I'm on Twitter, email. I should have put my LinkedIn, but it is under my name. So you can find me there as well. But that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. If anybody has any questions, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Amy, for what has been, for me, a very insightful half an hour about local. I thought going into this, I knew a fair bit about local, but now I know there's a lot more that I didn't. So a personal thank you from me on that. So I've had a number of questions come through the chat. If you're okay to hang around for another sort of 5-10 minutes or so, we can go through.
Yep. I'm good.
So a couple of them from Trisha as well. So Trisha's asked, what are some of the top, or probably most common reasons you often find accounts suspended for?
Usually it's the number one is address. It's because businesses don't understand that they're not allowed to, well, if they are using their home address is not supposed to show. This usually means that it's a service area business and they've let their address show, and they shouldn't. Other times they're using mailboxes or shared workspace. That's the biggest thing. That's really the biggest thing I've seen. Sometimes you don't get, if they continually go back and try to change their name. Also, sometimes if businesses are actually doing something like a lead gen, they go down quickly also. If it's a business that is trying to just get leads and shoot them out elsewhere. I found quite a few of those, and that was fulfilling to take down, because I knew that I was now leveling the playing field for the other small businesses in that area.
Okay, that kind of also nicely kind of segues into another question that I was asked in the chat, and I didn't jot down the gentleman's name. Apologies, I'll find it. But essentially, they've asked, so if you're looking at spammy listings in your vertical and you've made recommendations to Google, you kind of flagged them, hey, this is kind of spammy, but Google isn't accepting the suggestions for whatever reason. what would you do? Would you look at probably changing tact and go about it a different way, or just keep reporting until it gets resolved?
Well, there's a couple things you can. It depends on how you report it. If you do request an edit, that is done, and I have learned this from. There are so many. There are not a lot. There are a few very good people who talk about local and reviews and redressals and spam listings. But Jason Brown and Ben Fisher, the two of them have tons of information, and they're very, very helpful with all this. And one of the things that they say is it's if you submit an edit via just flagging it in general, suggest an edit, those go through the AI. And I find that they usually get addressed fairly quickly. We will put aside the ones that I have waiting since last September. But anyway, so sometimes you can do that like a couple times. You can submit it that way. But to tell you the truth, when I do it, what I do is I go in, especially if this is if it's serious, not just, they have a funny name, but something that's affecting my client. What I do is I go in, especially, I literally will flag it. And while I flag, suggest an edit, and while I'm waiting for them, because they've been turning me down on some fairly obvious ones, I will then start a redressal form. And on the redressal form, I create a spreadsheet. I put in all the pertinent information, which is usually the name of the business, their identifying URL, the reason why, what they're doing, and then proof of it. I will start working on that. So by the time that they have sent me a message saying they're not going to verify my edit, I can then go to the Google spam redressal form page, and I will upload that spreadsheet. Now I keep good information on it. I was taught to do that. And so every now and then I will go in and I will check to see if it has been addressed. If it hasn't been, I sometimes will submit it. Usually I will submit it again. If we were, in better times, I would also say to follow up with Google My Business support, usually on Facebook or Twitter. The other thing that you can do if you've waited a while, you can't do this right away, but if you've waited a while and nothing's happened, maybe you submitted it twice, best thing you can do is go to the Google My Business forums and ask there, or if you know of a product expert, ask them. Sometimes they can even tell you the reason why Google is not doing it. Maybe they found a flaw in your logic, or they can say, no, you're right, and they will submit it forward. But so in short, what I would do is flag a listing, maybe flag it twice if you feel that you're that patient. If that doesn't work, submit a redressal form. If you still haven't gotten anything, go to support in Facebook or Twitter. And then if that fails, go to the forums. See, I've got this whole thing laid out because sometimes it gets so frustrating because you submit something that you think is really obvious and it's not. So it's a whole process going through there. The end result, though, is going to the forums if you can't find any other way to get what you think should be done.
No, that's a very fair answer, Amy. Thank you very much. There are another couple of questions that were asked in my chat. But just due to time, I'll forward them to you separately, and we'll do some sort of follow-up to get those covered. But thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and I hope that the storm continues to pass.
Thank you very much, and take care, everybody. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Amy. So now I'd like to introduce the next speaker for the second session of the third VirtuaCon. Luke Davis from AdZoomer is joining us. Luke, are you in the chat okay?
Yeah, right, thank you.
Awesome, great stuff. Well, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I can see that.
Yep, I can see that okay.
Right, okay. Yeah, so my name's Luke Davis. You may remember me from such things as #LukeLearnsPython on Twitter and talking about Pokemon on Twitter as well. Today I'll be discussing content creation flow, and this is my first talk, so you'll have to bear with me through the ums and pauses. So a bit about myself. I officially or professionally started in SEO in 2019, but I've been working with digital marketing over the years since about 2011. Currently, I work as an SEO executive for Adzuma, which is a PPC marketing technology firm in Nottingham. I've been blogging since 2008 and just been interested in the web since probably 1999, if you can remember that far back. Yeah, the web's been a big passion of mine. I'm currently the editor of 5 blogs, which comes under the umbrella of Pandog Media, which is an online media group that amplifies voices in Black digital communities. And outside of SEO, I love the web, Pokemon, as you can see on the right hand side there, the picture, The Simpsons, as you'll see through the presentation, and Python, which you'll also see in a minute. Now, it's an outline of what I'm going to discuss. So I'm going to look through what content creation flow is, the benefits of a content creation flow, tools of the trade, so what I use to work through that, a step-by-step guide through the flow, the resources at the end, question mark, and then profit maybe at the end. So yeah, the first one is, what is a content creation flow? So for me, it's a process of generating and analysing the best ideas for publication. So usually when, as SEOs, when we're coming up with ideas, we go through things like keyword research and competitor analysis and keyword gaps and so on. But sometimes you want to kind of go outside the box, think of ideas that you wouldn't normally think of through those usual channels. So a content creation flow kind of helps with generating those ideas and then working through them using different channels, different sources. So anything from like just browsing the web to kind of finding things on Twitter and following blogs, that sort of thing. But it's important to understand that the content creation flow is different from the actual creation of the piece. So it's more about the process of going from the basic idea to the actual point of execution. So it's kind of getting all those thoughts together. Benefits of a content creation flow. You get to organize the thoughts and ideas that you have, because you can have so many and then not realize whether they're any good or not. It also helps you to create new ways to produce content. So not just the standard how-to posts or explainers and that sort of thing. So you can kind of go outside the box. Helps you to filter out ideas. So you can have 1,000,001 ideas all over the place, but the flow can really help you streamline the ideation and make things more efficient. Also saves you time, just kind of having a place for all your ideas and where they should go. And the skills that you learn from these sort of flows are transferable to other areas. So whether you're working in PPC or social media or even UX design, kind of having this kind of flow or order of your ideas can really help with those channels as well. So these are the tools of the trade that I'll be going through in detail. So we have Feedly, which is an RSS feed reader. Some of you may remember Google Read, I think it was called, which was kind of the standard one that everyone used, rest in peace. It's no longer with us, so I use Feedly, and there's other options for things like that you can use as well. Pocket, something else that I use, which is an application and web service that manages reading lists for articles and videos. It's where we kind of collect and collate all the different articles where the sort of main ideas come from. Raindrop is a bookmark manager that I use instead of kind of using browser bookmarks. Pinboard, very much the same sort of thing, but more minimalist. So it's very much just like text links, which you can tag. Python, which is the programming language I'll be using as we go through this talk. Very versatile, very quick to learn, and very sort of logical in terms of syntax and getting things working. CMS, I use 2. So I use WordPress for my main blogs and like pretty much everything. as many people do. And I also use Grav, which is a open source flat file CMS. That's for my personal blog. I use Buffer to schedule social media posts due to its kind of versatility and connectivity. And for the social media platform to put everything out, I use Twitter, as everyone knows. So the first step is finding content from Feedly. As I said, it's an online feed reader. You can add relevant blogs, kind of blogs of interest to that. I tend to categorize them by sort of theme. As you can see in the picture, that's not mine, it's a default picture. That's categorized by health industry, science and research and tech. I have an array of different groups for mine. It's just about kind of keeping them organized and knowing sort of where the ideas come from and where they should go. Feedly also comes with connections with Evernote, which is a note-taking app, Buffer, LinkedIn, Twitter, WordPress, and other features. Second part is adding to Pocket. So once I've looked through Feedly, I'll look to see whether it's worthy of taking forward in terms of creating an idea, and then I'll add it to Pocket for sort of further reading. Pocket you can use on the web, whether it's through the main website or through browser extensions. You can also use it through the desktop app and the mobile app on the go. It does come with a developer API, so you can add, modify, and retrieve different links on there if you wanted to do that. Once I've added them and I've kind of read through the links on Pocket to see if it's worth taking forward with an idea. If it is worth turning into some kind of content, I'll add it to Raindrop as a bookmark. If I find that it's more kind of for reference for me, just to read at a later time, I'll put it through to Pinboard. But then obviously you've got the question of whether you do put it in Raindrop or Pinboard, and that picture's obviously Mr. Burns picking out catsup or ketchup, if you remember that episode. So if we do put in Raindrop and it does pass the Pocket test, I usually add it to a folder in Raindrop. So as I said, it's a bookmark manager. It comes with the ability to add folders and then subfolders if you pay a premium subscription, which I do. You can also tag your bookmarks as well, which will come in handy, as I'll explain later on. But it also comes with an API, which obviously we'll be using for this Python script, and it has connectivity with the web through browser extension as well. Also got a desktop and mobile app. I tend to use this as an alternative to browser bookmarks because they can get quite messy, but with this it's kind of more streamlined and organized. If it doesn't pass the Pocket test and it's just more reference than anything for content creation, I'll add it to Pinboard and add a relevant tag for sort of future reference to kind of narrow down. Again, also available on the web through browser extension and also on mobile. It does have an API with multiple uses, which you can find at pinboard.in/API. Very much the same as Raindrop, in that it's kind of an alternative to browser bookmarks, which can get cluttered. But yeah, very much just links and tags rather than any kind of imagery. So yeah, now it's Python time. So for this flow, I created a Python script, which might be sending anyone who wants to use something similar. So what it does is it returns a random bookmark from any of the Raindrop folders, just for kind of ideas once you've kind of got an idea of something. Uses the requests and random modules from Python, and then takes sort of API data, such as the sort of authorization key, as well as the relevant API link. In this case, this takes any bookmarks from Raindrop that are tagged with the tag black, and then we'll randomly select them from the list URL. So It'll take the JSON data and then extract the title and link and put them in a tuple. And then you can sort of randomly access that and print it out through whether it's a terminal or any kind of environment that you use. The reason why I use random for this is because it kind of keeps ideas fresh, prevents you from losing old ideas that kind of got to the bottom. Because usually when you have a list, you usually go from the top to the bottom, and then the older ideas get lost, and then you kind of forget about them and then don't seem that interesting. But if you take the one at random, then you're kind of completely fresh to that, and you can kind of work on it from there. Once you've kind of picked out that idea and you've decided what you're going to do with it, you put the content into CMS. As I said, WordPress is arguably the most popular CMS on the web at the moment, but there are sort of headless CMS options that do come with their own benefits. Obviously, you've got the advantage of stripping away the potential bulk of front and back end with headless CMS, kind of building websites with those with technology you may know, with things like JavaScript frameworks and static site generators like React, Angular, and Jekyll, which are sort of quite popular at the moment as well. As I said, I use Growl for my personal blog as it's open source and lightweight. But if you're kind of just wanting to get the content out and not overly interested in multiple plugins and different extra features, I would definitely recommend whether it's headless CMS or something more open source and lightweight for that. So once kind of your content's written, and it's about scheduling the post in Buffer. I use Buffer myself. I'm on one of their legacy plans, which gives me access to 10 social accounts and 100 scheduled posts per account or per month at 10 a month. But I think they've got a pro plan now, which is at 15 a month, which is well worth it if you're kind of a smaller business or working on a project with multiple accounts. You can use it via the web, again, browser extensions or through mobile apps. You can set your own schedules every day of the week. It's automated, which is quite good. You can connect to Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So if you kind of struggle with using the native Instagram app, you can kind of schedule things through Buffer that way. And it also allows for scheduled retweets. So if you don't want to retweet something at the time, you can kind of schedule it for a later date, which is also handy. And that's pretty much the flow. Obviously got the links there for each section. Given that Python's quite an extensive language and there's a lot to learn, I would recommend, if you're wanting to learn that, kind of taking up a course, whether it's through Udemy or Kaggle, or any of the online course websites. That link there will take you to an article by Ruth Everett, who's amazing at Python. She goes through its uses in technical SEO. At the bottom, there's my article on content creation flow that inspired this talk. If you want to reach me, of course, you can reach me on Twitter at Luke Davis SEO. And if you want to talk about the script that I mentioned before, I'm happy to kind of send out anything regarding that and any basic stuff about Python, as I'm still learning, only a few months in. But yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Luke, for a good talk. So, I mean, I've got a couple of questions just off the back of that, because, I mean, obviously the workflow you've just gone through is for your own sites and everything that you do with Pandog. How scalable do you think that workflow could be for, say, larger businesses processing probably higher amounts of content?
Well, as I've obviously done it just for me personally, off the top of my head, I'm not sure how scalable that could be, but given the fact that it uses Python, which has kind of benefits of scalability, kind of depending on what kind of ideas that you'd be putting in, I think there's some potential there, even if it's just for kind of one sort of campaign by campaign. I think it's just a matter of, you don't have to use Feedly necessarily. It's just a matter of kind of getting the ideas together. So at Zoom, we do ideation sessions and kind of gather the ideas in a spreadsheet. We get quite a few, and it's just a case really of getting the relevant ideas for certain, whether it's a campaign that you're running or a theme, sort of dropping them in, and then just kind of picking ones at random and seeing which one works. So I think at least for the smaller sort of businesses and campaigns, I think it could work really well. Bigger ones, I'm not 100% sure on, but I'm sure there could be sort of uses for that.
No, that makes sense. I mean, so even from a personal level event, since implementing workflow like this, I mean, with Python, you said you'd only been doing that, so about 6-7 months. Was he doing another workflow similar to this beforehand, or has this very much developed piece by piece?
Yeah, I think it has really. I was obviously learning through Python. This kind of came together as an idea to use the programming language. I've been using Raindrop for quite a while for my bookmarks, and when I found out there was an API which dropped only a few months ago, I kind of put 2 and 2 together, and the idea kind of blossomed from there. It's definitely helped me with kind of ideas, because it can get quite stagnant if you're following the same sort of flow. But with this, it's just like completely brand new. You don't expect it, because the links come at random, and it kind of gets you into the mindset of whatever idea you've got, rather than kind of getting sort of bogged down by the same things over and over again. Okay,
so in terms of probably, it's for 2 phases to this, then obviously the ideation, and then also just finding content and content discovery aspect as well. Would you say this has probably saved a lot of time and a lot of effort on your behalf in actually not only discovering ideas and finding ideas, but also personal content as well? Like you said, that you use a combination of, was it you say you send stuff to Raindrop for the ideation for blogs, and then Pinboard for personal reading?
Yeah, so yeah, Pinboard is very much just like links that I find interesting and would want to come back to at a later time. But yeah, Raindrops been really useful in terms of sort of personally and sort of professionally, because I'll store ideas that I may share with people at work, obviously for my own content creation. Yeah, it's kind of gets me out of getting stuck for things to find to write about. And yeah, I use Feedly mainly for the source of those ideas, but I'll pick anything up from things like Twitter and things that I find on the web, things that people may have sent me, that I'll save for later. It's just about, I think the finding of ideas is the fun part, and then kind of narrowing down and then just kind of getting it through, just through Raindrop and then through the script, and then just getting it done really.
So I mean, one other final point. So one of the obviously the key areas of making workflow work in this is obviously the Python script, connecting the APIs and transferring data across from source to source. I appreciate you obviously said you were nearly 6-7 months, but anyone kind of watching this in the chat, I know you referenced Ruth Everett's article, and I agree that she's ridiculous when it comes to Python. Yeah. Aside from Ruth, what other kind of resources would you probably recommend, just from your own experience, of where you can kind of get started with Python? Because I know a lot of people have spoken about it, like Hamlet Batista and a few others, but I know from personal experience, a lot of SEOs are daunted a little bit by moving into kind of the automation and the language sort of stuff. So it'd be good to get your take on it.
Well, Ruth was probably the person that inspired me to start learning, because I was, like most people, kind of daunted by learning a language, because the closest thing I'd got to that before that was JavaScript, which I still haven't really got into. But I think with that kind of inspiration, then you can kind of go into different courses. That's what I did. I I'm still doing a Udemy course at the moment, and it's just about kind of going through it. There's a lot of courses out there, as I said, things like Kaggle as well. Just kind of going through the basics and then finding projects that outside of coding that interests you and finding ways that they may kind of work together. So whether you've got any kind of hobbies or other interests, there's nearly always a way that you can kind of link the two together, and that can help you stay motivated in terms of learning and finding kind of new ways to maybe even appreciate your interest or hobby. And then just kind of reading up on things, following the right people, as you said, like Hamlet and Ruth. And then it just ends up snowballing from there. And then you end up finding that you're getting into it and you know a bit more than you thought you did to begin with. But I definitely recommend doing a course and following it, and then let's take it from there.
No, that's a good answer. I mean, I'm just asking questions like this. I've got a lot of curiosity. No one in the chat has yet asked one, so I'm just going to take the floor. Partly because I've got the host control as well, so it's kind of like my ball. We play by my jumper rules. So obviously doing the whole thing you're doing through Feedly, dropping it into originally Pocket and moving it across. What from the personal development sort of side of things through Pinboard, what do you say about the actual process and creating the resources? I know you said you get links coming at random, you get good inspiration through sort of Raindrop for both content creation, also professionally, but has it also enabled you to discover and learn new things as well within the job? So I know just being in the SEO sphere that it's impossible to read every great article published by everyone, but has this enabled you to uncover some potential gems or things you probably might otherwise have missed just from a development perspective?
Yeah, so particularly from the stage of going from Feedly to Pocket, usually I'll go off the title. So as we all know, for the SEOs, the title is kind of the initial thing that draws you in, and we're always told to kind of write them as catchy as possible but relevant to the content. So I'll usually add those in just off that alone. And then once I've gone through Pocket and read it, I'll be able to see whether it's actually any good or relevant to what I need, whether it's from a reference point of view or from a content creation point of view. I can't think of anything on the top of my head where in terms of any hidden gems or anything that's kind of got me in particular. But I think usually if I'm adding, maybe if not from Feedly, but if I'm adding different links from certain publications that are found elsewhere on a regular basis, I tend to find that they're the blogs and publications that I'll end up following, and then kind of going from there. I usually follow all the usual sort of digital marketing SEO blog anyway. But yeah, I think the majority of things in terms of hidden gems I usually find through kind of word of mouth and other sources. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. Sorry, I kind of rambled there.
No, thank you. It's good to hear the inner workings of a mind transpire themselves as words for a change. Well, no, thank you very much, Luke. I appreciate it. Like me, it's almost 8 o'clock on a Friday, and there's a lot more fun things that could be going on. But no, thank you for your time and for sharing your content workflow with us.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you very much. So it's my honor now to introduce our next panelist, our penultimate speaker of the third VirtuaCon. Joining us from Raleigh in North Carolina. I never get the states right. I'm just going to stop talking now and hand over to Patrick Stox, who's not going to make a mess of introducing himself like I have, who's going to be talking about site speed. Good afternoon, Patrick.
Hey, how's it going, Dan? Well, let me start my video. It says you've stopped it.
Oh, did I stop it?
Not that anyone wants to see my coronavirus quarantine haircut anyway.
Oh, don't worry. I had a shaved head at the start, and I'm still progressing through.
Well, I'll intro myself real quick. Patrick Stox. I am the product advisor, technical SEO, and brand ambassador at Ahrefs. As Dan said, I'm here to talk about site speed. I'll just share my screen. It's fine. I don't care about video. No one wants to see me anyway. So this should be fun. I was going to do this as live coding, but I went ahead and prepped stuff anyway so that you don't have to watch me type stuff. I will start this off by saying I wrote a pretty great guide to page speed. It has pretty much everything that you need to know. This is worth a read. It kind of goes through step by step how to troubleshoot and, you know, different things that you can do to optimize. One of the things I wanted to do, though, is touch upon a section I didn't really expand upon too much in the article, and that is actually how to make a copy of a site and go ahead and test some of the changes so you can estimate the impact that the changes are going to have. I made a few examples. This is my fastest web page. It basically is nothing. Lesson number one, small is fast. This is it. This is all it takes to actually build a page that validates. If you want JavaScript, I think you have to do HTML also, and that's it. That should also validate and let you have JavaScript. So the less stuff you have, the better. I'm just going to use, you know, I'm from the US, so hey, I'm going to use presidential websites right now because we're in kind of election season. So DonaldJTrump.com. First thing I wanted to do was basically make a copy. So I came in here, I copied all this. There were a couple things I had to change. So some of the references were relative. Obviously, I don't have those files on my server, so I'm just calling them from his server instead. So basically, some of the files were, you know, calling assets like that instead of with the website. So I just had to fix some of those so that it would work. This is my potato box. It's like a $3-4 a month HostGator, you know, server. So shouldn't be any complaints that like I have a faster server or blah blah blah. That is absolutely not the case. And this is what I came up with. So we have a fully functioning, working site, the same as Donald Trump. All the assets, they're there. And we have some performance metrics. I want to show you one problem that I ran into. So they had this little pop-up here on his site. What I found was causing that is actually Optimizely. So I went ahead and basically just blocked Optimizely. So you see the pop-up went away. If you notice, this is a lot faster suddenly than when when Optimizely wasn't enabled. So I think I had that run. No. Well, let me run that real quick, sorry. Just to show the difference real quick. I had to rebring all this stuff back up because it all closed out on me, but I did test most stuff beforehand. Should only take a second. Okay, so we're looking like, if you look at the metrics, performance 39, FCP 3.9, FMP 3.9, compared to just disabling Optimizely, we cut off, you know, 1.5 seconds, a bunch of the performance, etc. So that's taking a lot of time to process that JavaScript and the things that it adds to the page. Again, smaller, faster, etc. But this gives me a pretty good baseline to say, like, here's a performance score of 70 on his site, FCP 2.5, 2.5. My version of that, you know, 2.4, 2.4, performance 65, roughly the same numbers for everything. It's not exact, but, you know, I just recreated a site in a matter of a couple minutes to show this as an example, but all the numbers are practically the same. And what this lets me do is now I can work on this site and kind of estimate the impact of changes. So rather than like working on DonaldJTrump.com because I don't have access, I don't want to work on that site, I can just quickly do a few optimizations and see how much impact it's going to have approximately on the live server. I already know, number one, I should probably look at what's going on with Optimizely, because something there is terrible. I don't, the pop-up and God knows what else is running. So I think the first thing that I wanted to do was just optimize images, because if you look back, so this is my baseline, it's going to tell you like some things you should do, and SEOs always want to start with images. So like serving images in next-gen formats and encoding images correctly, saving that space. So I went ahead and converted all of them to WebP and encoded them and blah, blah, blah. But what I wanted to show is that, well, you can see here, like they're all WebP. I changed all these, I remade the images. It did have some impact. Like I got a little bit faster, a little more performance. It definitely increased my speed index, so sort of a win, but not as big of an impact as I think a lot of people expect when doing that. And I just used like, I'm trying to remember, I think I used Squoosh. Oops. Squoosh app. So you can like drag and drop your images and just select how you want it installed or how you want it converted. So I just chose WebP. So quick online tool just as a test, but typically you want to automate image optimization if you can. So like next up, defer all screen images. This is lazy loading. So again, like everyone starts with images. So let's see what happens. We got a couple here that show that there were a problem. What I did was I added a JavaScript library called lazy sizes, and I changed how the images were called a little bit so this would work, but that's not super important. All this is going to do is delay the images that aren't shown on the main screen. So they're not going to start loading right away. They're going to like wait and then start loading later when the images are starting to come into view. So with lazy loading, I can't say that much of anything really changed. You know, we're still seeing FCP, FMP about 2.1 seconds. Speed index may be a hair faster in this case, but nothing else. So what I'm working on right now, just to back this up a little bit, is kind of visual load metrics. So FCP, FMP, speed index. Now you have like cumulative layout shift, largest contentful paint. They're all kind of metrics that impact the visual load, like how people will perceive the initial load of the website. The reason we're not seeing any impact to like time to interactive or first CPU idle, max potential first input delay, pretty much all these are impacted by JavaScript. So when I disabled Optimizely, for instance, I did see an impact here because Optimizely is running JavaScript, it's replacing stuff. That code has to be processed, all the changes have to be written to the DOM, so that stuff takes time. So we'll get to that in a minute, but again, visual load metrics are kind of these initial ones, just to show like basically how long this very first paint takes to show. So I wanted to show something for render blocking resources, but there weren't any on Donald Trump's website. So I came to Joe Biden's real quick. Here, you do have a few like JavaScript files that are blocking, at least one that's blocking. So most of this is taken care of too. But render blocking resources are things that are preventing the initial paint from showing. So you need these files basically, or they're blocking the things that need to load faster. Again, we're just trying to get stuff to the paint faster. There wasn't any JavaScript file, so I wanted to show one with JavaScript. Basically, all that has to be done is that this is how it would have been. With JavaScript, typically the easiest way is defer it unless it's needed for something to load above the fold, but it's not in this case. So in the code, all I'd have to do is like defer, or you can use async. Async lets it load kind of at the same time as other things, and defer just says like wait for other stuff and then load With CSS, it gets a little more tricky. I actually wanted to show this. This is my site, but I set this up real quick. So I added some stuff here to basically async load or defer the CSS. So it's going to load the CSS in the background and then apply. This typically isn't the best idea. The reason for that is what you get is what you just saw. This cumulative layout shift, basically a lot of stuff is applying after the page is loading. So it's loading, it applies the stuff, and everything just shifted and everything was a mess there for a second. It looks weird, it looks bad. I'm glad that if you haven't heard Core Web Vitals, they added cumulative layout shift as a metric. And it's for reasons like this, is that's not a great experience to just have things load one way weird and then just magically fix everything. I couldn't really show that with Donald Trump's site, so I set that up real quick. What I can do is preload. So with the CSS files, you can set a preload directive. It's pretty simple. So we have these CSS files here that I need to call, and I just added another preload directive for this. And what this is going to do is when I connect to the website, it's going to go ahead and start downloading the files. So ideally, this should mean that I get the CSS files a little bit earlier than would happen otherwise, because these might have to wait for some things and then load. This just says when I'm making the connection, go ahead and make it and start downloading these because I'm going to need them. And you'll see not really any difference. Again, on this site, I'm going through the optimizations it's telling me to do right now. You know, this takes care of, I can't see the tabs because of Zoom. This takes care of what it was telling me here, the render blocking resources. So I've technically solved for that now. And I really didn't see any impact. So if I go tell a developer like, oh, you need to solve for that, and you know, they might solve it and you don't see a difference. Well, now you could have known that ahead of time that at least on this particular site, I didn't see a difference from doing that. So that's why the testing like this on your own site is kind of important. It helps you see what is going to have an impact and be able to prioritize that in the development queue. And it doesn't always work that way. Like sometimes there are dependencies on other things. So you might fix 3 things and not see an impact, but you fix one more and like you get a cumulative impact from all of it. So just be aware that that kind of stuff happens. Rather than preload, another way to do this is to inline CSS. So what I did here is basically I just generated the CSS that's needed for the content above the fold. So anything that's needed to display what is here, which is probably going to be font styles and some positioning statements and that kind of thing. I just used a quick online generator and basically came up with the needed CSS for this. What this is going to do is literally put it right into the code. So now I'm loading the CSS along with the HTML. So rather than waiting for another file, it's grabbing the necessary items, the necessary elements, and putting it right in the code or putting it right in the HTML. So when it downloads, it's there. It's not going to have to restyle stuff. It's not having to wait for files. It's going to be pretty much the fastest possible way of doing this. You typically want to inline any CSS that's above the fold. And you can do this at scale. There's a bunch of different programs that will let you do it depending on, you know, if you're in WordPress or a JavaScript framework or whatever, you can pretty much automate it for every page. And so did that make a difference? Again, not really anything. And on this site, you know, not really any difference over preload or anything like that. This is probably an ideal state now. think we've solved pretty much every major issue as far as like the visible content load. This is pretty much as fast as it's going to get without like stripping things down. So if I want this faster, I probably need to start getting rid of you know, some more JavaScript, maybe make the images even smaller, or use less fonts or something. Like I'd have to look, but basically you need to start stripping it down if you're not happy with these numbers at this point, because that's pretty much as optimized as it's going to get. There's this pre-connect thing, but that's mainly for some of the JavaScript files, some of the third-party scripts, so that's not really going to have an impact. So the visual metrics at this point, that's almost an ideal state, except that this is still not super ultra fast. It probably doesn't help with this giant image in the background and that kind of stuff. So what's next then? One of the things that you can try is with the font. So in this case, I just added, they have what's called font display swap. And let me get back to that for a second. So under diagnostics, this ensure text remains visible during web font load. Font display swap will basically take a default style from your system and display that until one of these other font files load, or until all of these other font files load. So what I'm trying to do is use a default system font for all of these fonts that are showing up here until these load in, and then it will literally swap them to have the styling and stuff that we want. So this is another way I tried to get the visual load slightly faster with Google Fonts, which is what this is. Sorry, it's a config file, but a lot of times you'll just see a Google Fonts link, something like this. But you can add just and display equals swap to the end of the URL, and it'll do it for you automatically. In this case, it got me, you know, roughly the same, maybe even a little slower, which is awkward and shouldn't happen, but these tests aren't 100% accurate. I could rerun the same test 5 times in a row right now and get 5 different results. It's you know, it's based on connections and everything, and stuff may load in slightly different order. So the numbers are kind of relative. If you're actually testing this, you should run it probably like 5 times in a row just to get averages for all the different tests. But that's pretty much it as far as the visual load. So what does that leave? Because now I even did fonts. Now we just have like stuff like reduced impact of third-party code. So all these different scripts that we're running: Facebook, Google Tag Manager, Analytics, Yahoo, Google CDN, etc., Google Ads. You know, all this stuff is going to be impacting more the metrics like first CPU idle, time to interactive, max potential first input delay. Like these are mostly, again, based on JavaScript. So those third-party scripts are going to be what impact this the most. With Chrome, you can block these. You saw me do it earlier with Optimizely, and we saw the impact of that. Now I've just added some more blocks. So it's pretty simple. You just block whatever you want to block. I don't know. Eventbrite. There's not actually Eventbrite, but you match to a pattern, and it'll tell you like what's blocked every time you reload the page. So request blocking can help with troubleshooting if you think that something is really impacting this, which obviously a bunch of these were. So whether it's Optimizely, Facebook, Google Tag Manager, you can block certain ones and rerun it and, you know, see how this changes. You have a test history. I don't know if you just caught that, but I've run this multiple times to see kind of how each script was impacting it. So if you have a bunch of third-party scripts that get data and you want to argue that, hey, something here is really bad and something's really impacting it, well, just from what I disabled there, everything got really worse. So is it Facebook maybe that's doing this and rerun it and see how basically that individual script is impacting things. It might be the vendor.js was the real bad culprit, but you can estimate the impact of each script this way. So yeah, Facebook looks like it definitely had some impact. This other one, I think it's to a better state. Let me just go back a few reports. So now, like, just because of the JavaScript, I'm now to a 97 on performance. I kind of have everything into green. The problem is if you're arguing with a dev team or a marketing team on this stuff, no one wants to lose this data. So this Facebook tracking, so I can do remarketing, whatever Google Tag Manager is loading. I don't really know what vendor.js even does in this case. It might have some data that someone doesn't want to lose. So at least this way you can assign an impact to each script and know how much it's costing you, know how much it's delaying the load, and be able to, you know, prioritize it or go back and say, like, look, do we really need these Facebook requests here? Or can we live without that if everyone's going to get a better load experience? So those are difficult conversations, and I find that it helps to come with data to say, like, this is your actual impact times, you know, every page on your website. And one more thing I just wanted to cover real quick. In PageSpeed Insights, this runs the same as what I'm running, which is Lighthouse. Lighthouse is built right into your browser. I didn't really cover how to run that, but if you just right-click and go to Inspect, you'll have a tab for Lighthouse where you can run these reports. This is PageSpeed Insights is Lighthouse. It's just done on Google's resources on their servers with consistent settings rather than Lighthouse, which is run on your own machine. It can be impacted by things like extensions. I should be running them in private. For instance, no extensions enabled to get a more baseline result. PageSpeed Insights will kind of give you that baseline result every time. So it's probably a better way to test for the most part. You also get additional data. So what we've been seeing in Lighthouse is this lab data. And what that is it's with specific settings. So I think by default, it's like a fast 3G connection on like a mid-grade smartphone. I think a Moto G4 or G5 phone for the CPU, because all that's going to impact, like, how long does it take to process my JavaScript? Well, that really depends on your CPU. How long does it take to download stuff? That depends on your connection speed. What they add extra is this field data. This field data is basically everything taken into account. So the lab data that we've been seeing only accounts for the very first page load. So this is like a new visitor every single time. Well, the reality is if you cache things, then they don't have to load it on another page or when they revisit a site. So you'll see here in the lab data, like the FCP is 2.5 seconds, but the field data, because this is now taking into account caching, it's taking into account the user's CPUs, it's taking into account the connection speeds. All this is typically going to be faster, not always, really depends on your users, but this is kind of like the real world user data and shows the buckets where things fall in. So, you know, 43% are seeing less than 1 second. Obviously, if I look at the lab data, I'm like 2.5 seconds, that sucks. But if 43% are actually getting that in less than 1 second, you know, that starts to look a lot better. Like maybe I'm doing a better job caching. Maybe a lot of people just visit from their desktop on their, you know, gigabit connections rather than their, you know, mobile smartphones with roaming data and that kind of thing. So these are more just the real world metrics. To go back 1 sec. So our final state here, you know, from where we started, we're at, you know, a 97 on the performance. I don't pay too much attention to the score. I pay more attention to the metrics because this is, again, like more perceived how you're going to do. This is basically how many of the best practices did you do. But you saw we did a bunch of them that had zero impact, or maybe even a negative impact, because I think at one point we were at like 2.1 seconds on FCP and FMP. So something I did may have even slowed it down, but my score went up. But compared to the original, which I think was here, well, this was the original with optimizely disabled. So I got a little faster on the visual load, getting rid of the third-party JavaScript. I got a lot faster on like every one of these other metrics, and the score went up. But even on the original, this was way worse. This was just, I think, with optimizely still on. So this is kind of what I tested and saw, and like where I got to. So if I was doing this and going back to a dev team, I would say, you know, if you do these optimizations, I think we can get down to roughly, you know, 2.2, 2.3 seconds on the FCP if you do all of these different improvements. Or like, you know, if they've set a goal and they need their time to interactive to be 5 seconds, and you can hand them a list of things that say like, this is what you have to do to actually make that goal. You know, we got it down to 2.4 seconds, and I think there's still some stuff that I didn't block here. So I think it's good to run these tests to be able to do this. I should have expanded on this in the article a bit more on how, but it's not that bad. I think probably took me an hour to set all this up and run the tests just to make sure that you know, things would go through and like that I would see improvements. I picked a random site. I had no idea how it was going to work out or anything ahead of time, but you can take this kind of data back to dev teams and say like, this is what we need to do, this is what the impact will be, and they're more likely to do that rather than sending them, you know, a screenshot from PageSpeed Insights that says make it faster, or like do these things. Like that never really goes over well. Obviously, first thing they're gonna say is, what do you mean I'm gonna save 28.5 seconds? I'm loading in like 5 seconds or whatever. Like, how does that even make sense? I don't even know. I can't even answer that. I don't understand how I'm going to save 28.5 seconds when the thing doesn't even take that long to load. So stuff like that, like they're going to question a bunch of different things, you know, with this data. The cumulative data is like, I can save 28.5 seconds with this, and 28.2 seconds with this, and 5 seconds with this. Well, where am I saving that time off of? Nowhere. Not my worst metric is 9.2 seconds. So how do I even save, you know, 60 some seconds? So the way I typically see it is SEOs will send them this report and like it makes no sense, and they're like, we can do some of that stuff, but we don't really know the impact that it's going to have until we do it, and then they put it off. It gets deprioritized. So if you can send the impact of each change and know what's likely to have an impact, it's more likely to get prioritized, more likely to get done faster, get taken serious because you've put in, you know, time and effort to test this stuff. And I think that's about all I got.
Thank you very much, Patrick. That was I'm just going to be frank, mind-blowing, and a lot of the chat as well has also said it was just interesting. And yeah, it's kind of, I mean, well, it's 8:30 in the evening now on a Friday, and I feel like it's a proper Friday now, which is probably the saddest thing I've said, being in SEO. So one question I've got for you just around the site seed stuff, how much credence thus far have you seen and changes being made around, obviously since Web Vitals came into fruition in May and is obviously still going to be implemented next year? How much from the sites have you seen do you think it's going to be impactful? If I've worded that question horrifically, how much of an impact do you think Web Vitals will have if it was implemented now, so to speak?
As in some of the metrics? I think Web Vitals is really just getting to better metrics. So they added like total blocking time, largest content per pane, cumulative layout shift. Total blocking time is like rather than timed interactive, which actually occurs like after everything is loaded, basically. The metric that's been used for years for interactivity, but it didn't really impact the users themselves. So like their problem is like, I need to know if I click something, like, is it going to do the thing when I click it? TTI never measured that. Total blocking time gets closer. First input delay, all that is closer. Largest contentful paint, you know, before we had, you know, first contentful paint, first meaningful paint. There's been a bunch of metrics that evolved over the years. Largest contentful paint, I don't think it gets any clearer than that. It's the largest piece of content above the fold. How long does it take for that to load? That's the visual load. That is the end result of the visual load metrics. That's when the user thinks the whole thing is loaded. And the cumulative layout shift, I think in the past was a miss, because you saw with my website, what I set up there, like it loads, it technically passes a bunch of tests like, hey, there's nothing blocking, but it's weird for a user because things are gonna like shift all around. I may go to click something and that thing I was gonna click on like changes its location. So it's more just getting to the right places, getting to measuring correctly. I think it's gotten a lot more focus on site speed again. I feel like it's about every year there's a renewed focus on site speed. I don't know how much has really changed because of it, but hopefully the web is getting a little faster because of the focus from Google.
No, well, makes sense. And I probably reiterate one of Andy Simpson's comments in the chat he's just made, that it's time to show our devs this video. I think this video has probably removed a lot of obstacles for a lot of people, and it was extremely insightful. Thank you for your time this afternoon, Patrick. And yeah, I hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, and good luck with all this. This is it's been fun.
Thank you very much. So now I'd like to introduce our final speaker of VirtuaCon 3. The penultimate, or the final speaker, what has been just over 6 hours thus far. I'd like to say good afternoon to Bill. How are you, sir?
Hello, how you doing?
Hey, Bill. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good, good.
Good, great stuff. Well, I appreciate you giving up your time this afternoon on what is a Friday. So without further ado, I'd like to hand you the floor.
Okay, sounds good. To share this. Okay, so today I'm talking about SEO and patents. I've been reading patents, SEO related patents, for the last 15 years. And I am a law school graduate, though we didn't spend too much time with patents. I've been doing SEO since 1996. I started reading patents because I discovered they were a great way to learn about how search works, looking at the intellectual property from search engines. They're filed not for marketing purposes, but to protect technology from one search engine from being used by other search engines. I learned that if you want to see how much you can trust a particular patent, you can look at related patents and white papers from the same inventors to see if they've written other things that are similar. I've also found that sometimes Google will refile a patent. They're referred to as continuation patents. They take the original filing date of the first version and they update the claims sections of the patents to reflect new processes. So the purpose behind publishing patents is to have people like me write about them, learn from them. They're supposed to spur innovation. So a patent's filled with algorithms. Algorithms are ways of solving problems. And in many patents, they start out with, this is the problem this patent was intended to solve. And they talk about the problem, and they talk about prior history of technology in a particular field. Now, there's a requirement that a process patent be novel, non-obvious, and useful. If it's not going to get through the patent office. And it's in the description, it's got to be understandable to someone who's considered learned in the art. So this is, again, a point where a patent is supposed to help spur innovation. It's supposed to help other people who are in the same fields understand and learn from it. And patents don't always get used, but they show us what might be used. And it's interesting to see connections between patents. And that's something that I try to pull out for this presentation to show people. So one of the patents I thought was interesting and worth sharing was this one about providing augmented results, knowledge-based search results. When someone performs a query, they sometimes include an entity in their query. And Google might try to recognize whether or not there's an entity in a query. And if it recognizes one, it might start showing knowledge type results. These knowledge type results are things like rich snippets, featured snippets, carousels. The people also ask type questions, things that people search for, related entities and knowledge panels. And we'll see this a little bit later, but this is Google trying to recognize that there is an entity in something. And this is, after the knowledge graph came out in 2012, Google said, we're looking for providing information about real world objects. So an entity is a real world object. And they're informing us about those real world objects. They're giving us another look at them. They're making our search experience richer. They also provide lots of opportunities for SEOs to teach people about the businesses they work with and the products they serve by making sure they get rich snippets, featured snippets, and people also ask questions. So they're an opportunity. Now, knowledge results aren't necessarily universal search results, but the universal search patent was updated 4 times, and the last 3 were considered continuation patents, where they rewrote the claims in the patents. From the version in 2009, which was the second version, they used to tell the world that it contained a news result, an image category, or a product category. In the version completely next to that, the third one that was filed, they removed those categories. They no longer say that. And as of now, if you do a search for something like Amazon, you don't see news, images, or products. You see things like related entities, featured, people also search for results. People also ask type questions, a knowledge base, a knowledge panel, that is. So they're adding knowledge type results when they used to add universal type results. And this is something that when I see a patent that is one I know has already been granted before, I stop and compare the claims in the patents to the old one. They don't rewrite the descriptions, they rewrite the claims. And sometimes they can be major differences, sometimes they can be kind of minor. Like this one, the omission of categories was interesting in my opinion, because it meant, hey, we're going to show other types of results, not just news, images, or products. So I mentioned knowledge graphs. In 2012, Google came out with what they called the knowledge graph, a singular. And knowledge graphs have become plural at Google. So one of the things that we see, and this is one of the themes that I've seen recently in patents, Google isn't necessarily relying as much on knowledge bases like Wikipedia. They're actually crawling web pages and they're extracting entity information from them. They're looking at relationships between entities and classifications or entities and attributes. Like Bryce Harper is a baseball player. Bryce Harper plays for Philadelphia Phillies. They're extracting that kind of information from like sports news channels. It's no longer just grabbing the stuff from Wikipedia. It's being able to grab it from almost anywhere. See, we have, this is a graph that's no longer a graph of web pages and links between those web pages. It's entities like Bryce Harper or the Washington Nationals, and links between those are relationships between them. They actually have numbers here, and that's important. I'll explain that in a second. But so I was saying this is a move away from Wikipedia. There's a knowledge panel here from me, and it's showing a description of me from search engine land. So it's no longer just showing Wikipedia type results because I'm not listed in Wikipedia. But if you're a musician, you might get a description from Music Brains. If you're an actor or actress, you might, or producer of movies, you might get a description from the Internet Movie Database, IMDb. So Google's also using authoritative type sites, and sometimes these might even be your own profile page, your about page on your website. They may say, okay, this is an authoritative site about you. Sort of like the CDC website is an authoritative site about medical issues. And my own personal website is an authoritative site about me. I was surprised that I wasn't necessarily getting a description here from my website, but I was a writer for a while at Search Engine Land, and I do have a profile page, and it's been updated, so I don't mind that at all. So this was one of the things I said, knowledge graphs are now plural. It's no longer just the one that came out in 2012. This patent, natural language processing with an n-gram machine, says Google may take a query from a searcher, return the search results, take all those results, build a knowledge graph out of them, and then use that knowledge graph to answer a question. Now, the example I have here is Business Books 2020. I did the search without question marks, without query quotation marks around it. So it returned a lot of results for Business Books 2020. Then it extracted entities from those pages and it created a carousel. And it ranked the business books. So the one that was top ranked was The Future is Faster Than You Think. And the second one was Bezonomics. And that's Google using knowledge graphs. It's not just lists of books or things like that. It could also be houseplants that improve air quality. That's one of the results that shows up using this kind of answering queries with knowledge graphs. And I mentioned that we have nodes, which are entities like Bryce Harper or Washington National, and we have links between them, which are relationships. Now, in this example, this is from another patent that says, or this is from the entity extraction patent. It says we'll create association scores between these entities or between entities and classifications or entities and attributes. Like Bryce Harper has a birth date, 0.884, October 18th. That's an attribute of Bryce Harper. And that's a confidence score, an association score. That's how much Google may believe that's correctly his date of birth. So correctness isn't a ranking factor in Google, but Google's found a way to try to gauge correctness in the information and facts that they show to people. So when you see Barack Obama is married to Michelle Obama, and Google's telling you that, they've developed a confidence score based on the fact that Barack Obama and Michelle Obama appear on lots of the same pages. And Barack Obama appears on lots of same pages as Hillary Clinton too, and it's not saying that he's married to her. It's got more confidence because it's looking at other stuff. It's looking at statements saying like Barack Obama is married to Michelle Obama, and it's got a high association score for that. So there's a high level of confidence. So this is a way of Google bypassing Wikipedia. And I say they're bypassing places like Wikipedia because Wikipedia is a human level, human edited encyclopedia. So it relies on people updating it. It uses lots of bots to correct it, but the news comes out every day and it's updated. So Google can extract entity information from the news as it comes out and from new websites. So Google's constantly capable of updating information they have in their knowledge graph. And they can build these smaller knowledge graphs, answer queries, and they can fold those into the larger knowledge graph. So I mentioned entity rankings in the books 2020. So there was a patent that just came out last month, and it was talking about using this knowledge graph type thing where it queries, it takes, it grabs the results, it builds a carousel. And this is best science fiction books of 2020, best houseplants for air quality. So it's using, the second one, it's using an attribute of those houseplants. They improve air quality. So it's not just the date. And I've tried this with a number of different types of entities to see how well it works. It doesn't work all the time. Sometimes you do one of these queries and you get a featured snippet instead of a carousel of results. But it's kind of fun to experiment with. And another thing I tried, I'm going to share these slides, and I've included the blog post I wrote about the patent and the patent itself. So you can check out the blog post and you can check out the patent to go over this stuff. So this is a trend I'm seeing where they're relying less on Wikipedia for the knowledge graph, but they're relying less on Wikipedia in other ways too. And one of those is, remember what I said about continuation patents. So Google came out with the patent where they were talking about searching quotes of entities using a database. And in the first version of that patent, they said, we'll use knowledge bases to find these quotes. In this new version, this updated version, continuation patent that was granted in February of last year, they said, we'll analyze audio in videos to try to find information about quotes. So when someone searches for, I love the smell of napalm in the morning from Apocalypse Now, they're not necessarily looking to see that Robert Duvall was the person who said that. They want to actually watch him say it. They want to watch the video. And Google said, okay, people are searching for videos. They likely want to watch them. We'll analyze a video and we'll show the people actually saying things. And a lot of times knowledge bases don't necessarily include all the quotes from movies or books or so on. So being able to go through videos and collect information and find quotes is a good way of being able to answer searchers' queries and provide them the information they want. So, as I said, in the 2017 version, in the claims, they referred to knowledge graph items. In the 2019 version, they said performing audio analysis. And this can get a little bit dry, but it's actually kind of exciting to figure out how things have changed. It's like having a jigsaw puzzle, and you've got all the corner pieces in place, and you're filling in the picture in the middle. And sometimes the picture changes. So another place Google's trying to do more than just what they learned from Wikipedia is they're looking at images on the web to try to learn about things that are pictured in those images. There are a lot of images in Google image search and in places like Flickr. So you have pictures of bears in streams and rivers hunting salmon. And Google is able to use object recognition to recognize bears are the main objects in these pictures and fish are the secondary objects. And they learn from these: bears hunt fish, bears eat fish, bears hunt in streams. This isn't information they're finding in Wikipedia. This is actual analysis of what they're seeing in images. And so when I see Michael Jordan wearing the Chicago Bulls jersey, they know Jordan played for the Chicago Bulls. They're learning from those images, and it's a way of bypassing Wikipedia as a source of information. And they're because so many people add new images to the web every day, like news stories. It's a way of learning that doesn't rely upon a human edited source of information. And I refer to that Wikipedia as human edited source of information, much like DMOZ used to be. When Google had the Google directory based on DMOZ, at one point they decided to stop running it, and they issued a statement saying, directories are good and fine, but they're limited. If you really want to find something, just search for it on Google. And that's sort of what they're doing with Wikipedia here. They're saying, okay, we can do this analysis ourselves. We can now analyze audio and videos. We can analyze objects in pictures, and we can learn from those. So one place where it really shows up that they're analyzing the images well is if you do an image search, you see a number of categories at the top of the image search. This was the list of part of the list of categories from a search for George Washington. And you see it's got related entities, people like Dolly Madison or John Trumbull or the White House. And George Gilbert Stuart, I believe, was an artist who painted Washington. And these are related to images that you might find on Google image search. And if you click on them, you'll see all the related images within that category. And this is semantically, they're connected. It's an ontology of related entities and categories about a person. So like I said, you can read the blog post, and I have a lot more examples there. What this kind of categorization brought to mind was another patent that came out that talked about classifying websites. And this was a patent I wanted to end this presentation with because it was one of the more interesting ones. It tells us they can categorize websites based on industry expertise levels, and gave an example of medical type sites. And the first one might be authored by doctors who are experts in medicine. The second category might be authored by apprentices, medical students. And third category might be by lay people. Excuse me.
No worries, Bill.
I'm getting spammed.
Is that a robocaller?
It's a robocaller. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
They spoof the local phone, local area code. And it's always somebody asking me if I want to be #1 in Google for my website.
Maybe we should get them on the webinar and see what they've got to say.
It might. Okay, so these different types of websites that are medical, they would get different types of queries associated with them. So Google will categorize queries on the basis of looking through query logs. And they'll say, okay, certain types of queries are the types that experts like doctors might answer. Like, what are the symptoms for diabetes type 1? And they might say, okay, some of these queries are the types that lay people might answer who are answering medical questions, like what's the best diet you eat as a diabetic? And so this sort of makes it easier for Google to limit where they're looking for an answer for a query, and they'll get the how do you treat diabetes type 1, and they'll say, okay, we'll just look through the websites that are categorized as expert websites. So it makes Google more efficient, this work to categorize them. There's some steps that Google takes, and my write-up of the patents and the patent will explain that in more detail. But one of them is that Google says we're using information retrieval scores and authority scores like PageRank to rank pages, but before we rank them, they have to meet certain thresholds of quality. And these are the thresholds of quality that we see, like Amit Singhal wrote up in the More Guidance on Building High Quality Websites, where he asked 23 questions about whether or not a website was high quality, like would you trust this site with your credit card? So there's thresholds of quality the site needs to meet to be able to rank well for one of these queries. And this does make Google more efficient. And so there were a lot of patents. I tried to limit which ones I presented to draw some of those connections, like the disappearance of Wikipedia and Google relying more on its own analysis. So we're seeing more knowledge-based type stuff. We're seeing more machine learning, like that website categorization. They're using a feature analysis with neural networks to try to understand websites better. And that's all the patents I'm including today.